Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I want to welcome you all to our monthly meeting of the Peabody Conservation Commission. Today is March 9th. Today's meeting is being attended remotely to keep us safe through the Zoom. I'll read the governor's suspension regarding certain provisions of the open meeting law. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12th, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, general laws, chapter 38, subsection 18, and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. The law meeting with Peabody Conservation Commission was conducted by remote participation to the greatest extent possible. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time through technological means. Today, we have our commissioners this evening are, wait a minute, Rita Marie Cavicchio, Arthur Apis, myself, Mike Rizzo, and Amanda Green. I'm standing in right now for our chairman, Stu Lazarus, who is attempting to get on. He's having some trouble, I think, technically. So we'll try to get things going here. First item on our agenda tonight is under certificates of compliance. Item number 1 on our agenda is a request for a full certificate of compliance as made by Janice Schultz for DEP file number 55-888. Project was the construction of a garage and breezeway attached to an existing single-family house. The address is known as 11 Glendale Ave, map 120, lot 38, in the city of Peabody.
Panelist so she can unmute herself and turn her camera on, but I'm going to go ahead and share the screen for her if I can find it.
There we are. What happened?
Just sharing the screen with you.
Oh, okay. I might need my glasses if I have to see. That's with the computer that far away. Thank you.
Want me? I wasn't prepared to like speak for them. I just am sharing the screen.
We're here.
Do you have to unmute
I
yourself?
did.
That is the.
The applicant want to explain the proposal?
That being me?
Yes.
Can you hear us? Oh, okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, it's just the application for the certificate of compliance. I think everything was submitted by Robert Marini. So I think he said all the conditions were met on that.
Yeah, we saw there's a memo from where is it?
I know what this is.
His letter. Okay. Why is this doing that to me?
Something about a dry well?
Well,
He
that's his, he has a recommendation for a well, but we decided to just not put a gutter on the back of the house and take care of that, because we don't really need it back there.
Where did you put it?
For the back of the house, there's no gutter.
There was a gutter and a downspout that he was talking about having.
A well dug with rocks
for us
put
to
in
have-
it.
Yeah,
But we decided to just, if we forego the gutter, then there is no downspout to do what he said it was gonna do.
concentrate the water.
Okay. One of the other suggestions that apparently there's a lot of area around there is bare, and that it should be sodded. You put sod down or hydro seed.
Yes.
Yeah,
There was grass behind there before the construction, and there will be again in the spring, but right now, no, the snow is just melting now, but that was
Yeah.
a grassy area anyways, so,
So I think you need to do that
yeah.
when
Yeah.
the weather gets better.
right.
That's the.
Just a few weeks.
That's the plan.
Yeah. Are the silt socks, the BMPs still in place?
They
Yeah.
are,
Yes.
Okay. So I think maybe we could forego the dry well. But we have to want to ensure that you do seed or sod the area that's bare.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's our plan.
Yeah. So can we still issue the full certificate, Lucia?
You guys could definitely vote on it tonight and then just have it, as soon, like I'll have it prepared, and then as soon as, they can get the hydro seed down and it starts growing in, they just drop me an email. I go out, same day, I look, if the seed's there, I, leave it at their front door for them to go record.
Okay.
This is definitely not one, like, I think the dry well is probably a little above and beyond. It wasn't required, and it's something I felt like you guys should have required when they filed the order of conditions or the NOI.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with them that I don't really think it's necessary if they don't have a downspout. It's roof runoff anyway, so it would be considered clean. Did he say it was like scouring or something? Or
Color.
Yeah.
No, what he said is, I had a gutter in the back of the house anyway, the original part. And he said, oh, when it rains out, the water that comes out of the downspouts like a fire hose. I've never seen it be like that, but that's what he said. But like I said, I could solve the problem by, if there's no downspout, there's no fire hose effect or whatever, and we don't need a gutter in the back of the house anyways, so.
all right, so you don't have gutters right now, or would you have to remove the gutter?
I'd remove the one in the back.
Okay. All right, then I don't think we,
Is it really that bad though to have, if I can't imagine that it would shoot down that crazy, like mini
Well.
storms.
It's never, yeah. I didn't
I don't
understand
know.
them.
I don't know, but.
yeah, I
Could
think
you get
that
one of those like plastic long things and
you
then
could
just
you
like,
could probably divert it. You
yeah,
have, it looks like you have about 10 feet or so to the fence. Is that a fence in your backyard there?
Yeah,
But I think the resource area is like 35 feet away.
Mhm.
thereabouts, yeah.
Yeah, so I think if you want to put your gutter back up, have a downspout there, if you just have a diffuser at the bottom,
It's easy
you're probably
enough.
gonna be fine.
Right, that's what
I think he
thought.
was concerned because of the close proximity to the resource area from the house.
Right.
you know, given the size of the addition, you know, it's 1/2 of the pitch of the roof. You know, I don't think it's that much runoff. So I think if you put a diffuser there and you have and it's low, if you sod that, I think the thing is, if it rains, you want to loam and seed it, it's going to wash away. You know, so you need to establish, you know, your lawn in that, you know, in the back there, so that it can absorb and hold the soil back. So I would, so you need to do that anyways, but if you want to put the gutter back up and put your downspout in, just have a diffuser at the bottom. And you could possibly, you probably could put down some, an erosion control fabric. If you just loamed and seeded it, you could put a fabric down that'll retain the fines while the grass grows.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you could do that, or maybe just the area, like maybe 3 feet wide and about 5 feet long or something, put a couple pieces of sod in there. You know, and that's already, you know, the grass is there, the soil's there, the roots will take quick. And I think you'd be okay that if you do that.
It's a great idea. We gotta do that. I mean, we're putting grass back there anyway.
Right.
So one
I
patch of
understand.
sod, yeah.
You guys can vote
Okay.
contingent on the full certificate of compliance with those conditions, that the downspout diffuser and making sure that, you know, I would say the erosion control should definitely stay up for
Yeah.
now,
Mhm.
until the grass is established and you figure out what you're gonna do with that. Is the diffuser one of those, it's like those things that kind of
Yeah,
slow the
they're
water
usually,
down?
it's usually a pre-molded, it's like a plastic or a composite material, and it just, you know, it comes out of the conduit, comes out, and it kind of spreads out over the width of that, and it kind of flows across the grass. So if you have a lawn there that's holding the soil and so forth, I think it should be okay. It's clean, and by the time it gets to the resource area, it's not going to matter.
Okay, I mean, you could also, I don't know if you're gardeners or if you use water at all along your property, you could invest in a rain barrel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You have a gutter. You need a
Stick is
gutter.
on.
Yeah, I made it in. Thank you.
Yay.
So, I
Yep.
mean, that's something I guess me and the property owner can talk offline, either a diffuser or a rain barrel. I don't want to force someone to get a rain barrel. I think they're fabulous. So either a diffuser or a rain barrel, and
And certainly the rain barrel, would help while the grass is growing.
Right.
I'll offer one more thing. If you don't have a gutter, you could wind up with a scouring line where the rain comes off the roof. I've seen bushes get cut like that from rainwater. So the gutter with a diffuser is probably the best.
Better. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, that's easy. That's an easy fix.
Okay, so we can make a motion
I'll make a
to
motion for the full certificate of
full
compliance.
certificate. Lucia will hold it until such time as the property owners have put down the seed or the sod or whatever actions you've taken. Let her, Lucia know. She can come out, look at it, and then drop off your certificate.
Great.
fair enough.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
right, I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. So I'm so sorry. That motion was made by Mike, seconded by Arthur, correct? Mike, you made that motion?
Well, maybe I was chairing at the time, so
I mean, I'm already falling asleep. I'm so sorry.
yeah. So Amanda can make the motion.
I make a motion to
Grant the full certificate of compliance.
give them a full certificate of compliance.
And seconded by Arthur.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and just repeat that. So, roll call for made by Amanda, seconded by Arthur, full certificate of compliance contingent upon the grass growing in, and a diffuser and or rain barrel, being installed along the rain gutter that Robert Marini mentions. And then that the erosion control should also stay in place. So that was made by Amanda, seconded by Arthur. Roll call, Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Commissioner Athos,
yes,
Commissioner Green,
yes,
Commissioner Cavicchio,
Yes,
and I would be remiss, Chairman Lazaris, I'm assuming you were here for enough.
I was here for enough, yes. I vote yes.
So that would be 5 and oh, and Janice, I will just get in touch with me once you guys decide if you want to use a diffuser or rain barrel. And when you find out when you can get that seed installed, probably not until like April or May or something, I feel like at this point, unless you use hydro seed.
I figured the same thing we're a few weeks out, but that's an easy enough thing, so I will be in touch.
thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
good night.
all right,
Thanks.
let the record show Stu Lazarus is here, and I turn the meeting over to you, Stu.
I think we're okay.
Janice, you're all set. You guys.
Thank
have a
you.
good
Thank
time.
Good night.
Good night.
To headlines yet.
Oh, no, we lost Stu? Oh, here he is, okay.
I'm here. Anybody?
you're coming in choppy, Stu.
Oh, like it's computer. Did anybody discuss the lack of adherence to deadline dates yet?
No,
Not officially, we discussed it off, not in a quorum, not with a quorum, we were just talking a little bit.
Let me let me just go through this quickly because it's everybody on the Conservation Commission this week has seen their mailbox explode. And basically, I'm just disappointed with the lack of respect for deadlines that we've established and published. I think the commission is fair and more than cooperative regarding all the projects we are reviewing. And we do make exceptions for special circumstances, but these days the exceptions are becoming the rule. Your disregard, not yours, but the people that the applicants disregard for our deadlines by submitting requested or required information at the last minute puts a huge strain on us and our ability to do a great job. We need more time than a day or two to review all the information we're receiving this week. The deadlines are published on the City of Peabody website and have been there all year. Some of the projects are for single family homes, perhaps a pool installation. Those we can take, the same week. There's no detail to them. Most of our projects are huge, and as you know, require information from the applicants, the clients, various city departments. In some cases, may even require a peer review. Requesting the applicants provide all their submissions before our deadline so we can provide a less frantic environment for everybody. We are in this together, and the commission is here to help guide you and the clients through sections of the law that affect water and wetlands. The deadline for submission for our April meeting, April 13th, the deadline is March 17. Okay, our May deadline is April 14. And Lucia's seen this. I would like to add this, have it recorded in the record. And we've also put together a list of deadline dates by month, which is exactly what's in the website. I added another column for open meetings that we, continued meetings. And those would require at least a 2-week, heads up. And Lucia will be putting that together soon and publishing both. Anybody have any questions on that?
No, I'm good with it.
Once you get it, if you have recommendations, pro or con, send them in because it's important we all agree on this. The other thing that, did you guys read the pursuant to Governor Baker's March order suspending and all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so and last but not least, Lucia and I are going to propose, because of the tremendous amount of late ads for the Amazon 8th Centennial Drive project, we schedule a second meeting, a special meeting for them on March 30, or an acceptable date for everybody before the April hearing. That makes sense?
Who's that? For who?
Well, it would be a special meeting for the 8th Centennial Drive meeting. 8th Centennial Drive project for Amazon. I got like 9 memos today,
Oh, yeah.
and it's like, and it keeps changing.
Yeah.
I would like to propose that we do a special meeting at the end of March to take care
I
of
think we
just
should wait
Well, the
until that item
23rd,
comes on
the
the
23rd,
agenda.
we have
23rd, we have golf.
Salem Country Club.
That's right.
Why don't we do it the same night?
You
do it.
guys, I think you have to do the agenda in the order because I have people raising their hands right now and there's people before 8th Centennial.
Okay, well,
So
move on.
we can, I mean, if you guys want to explain that to
I
them
just
when their
throwing
time
it out there
comes.
because we'll come to it eventually. All right.
Yeah,
Lucia keeps us honest. Item number 2 on the agenda, continue request for a full certificate of compliance made by attorney Matthew Snell on behalf of Stall Industry for DEP file 55312. Project is the construction of a service building and associated appurtenances and land grading. It's known as 13 Corwin. City, I have a note saying that Attorney Kelty is going to withdraw or has withdrawn the special permit application since City Council did not approve it. So move on. Huh?
Correction, Mr. Stu, I think that Attorney Kelty is going to refile under not as a non-conforming use, but as a
Not tonight.
ZBA. No, they didn't reject anything. I don't think they did.
City Council?
Yeah, they didn't reject it. He
They
withdrew,
didn't
so he could
they didn't approve it?
Yeah, maybe Attorney
So
Kelty
it is,
can talk
just to
about
move
that.
things along is these actually aren't these 2 certificates aren't Attorney Kelty's. They're associated with his client, but Attorney Snell has actually asked a continuance on 55312 and 55323 13 Corwin number 2 and 3. They're both certificates of request, and I would suggest that they both are continued because they still haven't received their special permit. But it really, I mean, they're sort of tied with a special permit, but this isn't, Jack's not representing, it's Attorney Snell on behalf of Stall for 55312 and 55323.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we continue items 2 and 3. DEB file number 55-312 and 55.323 respectively for 13 Corwin Street.
I'll
Till
second
next
that.
meeting.
Roll call?
Items 2 and 3, DEP file number 55312 and 55323, both are full certificate of compliant requests made by Attorney Matthew Snell. The motion was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by author. Roll call, Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athas,
Yes. Did we-
Leanne? Moving on, item 4.
Wait, no, we're not done. I haven't finished roll call. Commissioner
Oh.
Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so items 2 and 3 are both continued 5-0.
I want to make up for lost time.
You don't need to read 4. It's already been continued to May, so you don't even need to waste your time reading that.
Thank you. Item 5. Request for determination of applicability. Continued public hearing for request of determination of applicability submitted by Anthony Capicelli of Hayes Engineering for 58 Mills LLC. Care of Edward Greeley, who's the applicant owner. Proposed work is the construction of a parking area and stormwater infiltration system for roof runoff within 100 feet of an isolated vegetated wetland under local jurisdiction. The property is known as 58 Pulaski Street, map 53, lot 87, Peabody, Mass. Is somebody speaking for this? Tony, you
Yeah,
up?
sorry about that. I lost my audio when I moved
Okay.
over there.
I hear you now.
All right, thank you. So yes, we've been before the board a couple of times now for this, and we just received a review back from Will Politz. We have a couple items to address, but one of the things that we've been trying to do is figure out there's some offsite flooding that's occurring out there. We thought it might have been a water main break, and the property owner's actually done some research and provided some information that if you're willing to let me share the screen, I have some photographs that shed some light on this just to go over briefly. And then I have a couple of quick questions for the board to see if we can move forward to address this. And let me see. So if you can see the screen, the applicant went and did some historical research. The building in question is this brick building here. It's kind of an L shape, and this is looking from 56 Pulaski towards the site at 58. And I guess in the early 90s, there was some excavation and piling of soil on the property line. And then as a result, that caused some ponding on the site because of the piled soil. And in about 2008, this is a 2007 aerial photograph, shows a nice level graded area. And by 2008, a ditch was constructed to go around this level graded area to collect the water that was running off and divert it around. And that unfortunately was diverted to my client's property at 58 Pulaski Street. And you can see the ponding that's caused here from the amassed soil that wasn't allowing any of the runoff from 58 to join, as well as diverting the flow coming around the back of 56. This is kind of a more detailed view showing the ponding in 2008 versus 2007. And then the GIS wetland maps kind of show that old channel that existed flowing around the property, collecting and diverting towards 58 Pulaski. So basically, the way this isolated wetland started and the way the flooding has started is soil movement from 56, damming up water around and causing damage to 58 Pulaski. So now we have the isolated wetland that we're dealing with, as well as the offsite flooding. So what we'd like to do is we may have to excavate closer to the isolated wetland. It's only local jurisdiction than we had originally planned. We'd like to be able to hydraulically connect that to our drainage system, provide some drainage on our site to allow that water to bypass and stop breaking out and flowing over the pavement. But it's a little more in depth than what we originally applied for. And we're trying to see if the commission would be open to us continuing down this RDA path and addressing this problem versus, having to go another route to handle it. But like I said, this is a local jurisdiction wetland only and not a state jurisdiction. So it would be strictly under the purview of this board.
Any comments?
Yeah, it's funny. This is an odd or difficult site. When you look up at where 58 Pulaski Street, it points to the restaurant that's inside the site there. There's about 8 buildings. There's all kinds of, and they're all 58 Pulaski Street. So you never know where anything's happening on that site. It's rather confusing. For one thing. So there's, chasing down some of these photographs. This one's a good one, the one with the aerial one, but some of the other ones, the sketches and so forth, they're hard to find out where you are because there's so many buildings. Where we're talking about, what areas we're talking about.
So this is the large L-shaped building, not the one that hosts the restaurant. It's the one that has the large parking lot. Trying to see here. So Pulaski Street's out here. There's a large parking lot in front of the L-shaped building that serves New England Cabinet, and it's kind of across the rear Pulaski Street right of way from the restaurant, and then it's down around the back in the L. And this is the more modern 56 Pulaski Street. That if you were standing on Pulaski looking at the restaurant, this would be the large building on the left.
So the area that you want to pave
is this kind of gravel area.
Doesn't go with that building.
No, it does not go with that building on the right.
What is it associated with?
It's associated with technically the restaurant building is part of the Mills complex, same ownership, same management rather. And then across the way is the New England Cabinet, and then some other uses. There's a Mako in this building, but we're on the back side. And it's this large gravel parking area that's out here now. And what we want to do is pave it. And
but that paved area would be contiguous with the parking on the top of that photo?
No, it's about 5 feet horizontally from the 56 parking, and about 2 feet in grade higher than the parking. So we're going to actually, because it all pitches away towards 56, we're going to install a curb on the backside as well to stop any water flowing off of the pavement onto 56, and and let me see if I can.
Tony, isn't there a grassed in area between the 2 buildings?
Yes, that's about 5 feet wide between the 2 buildings, and that'll remain. And it goes up at kind of like a 3-to-1 slope.
How are you going to access that paved area?
It comes around the back of the L shape,
which is your client's
It's all paved. It's all paved to.
Paved around that building.
Yeah, but the direction of flow from where you're driving into that proposed paved area is all paved.
That is correct.
So in your application, you said this wasn't a level. That's a pretty big parking area, a lot of trucks and cars and stuff. I would think that there is a higher potential pollutant load possibility. But you said that it's not applicable.
I mean, I guess for Pulaski rear, it would be for this building. And let me see if I can pull up the aerial. Here.
You're confusing. The building that he was just showing isn't actually, that's 56 Pulaski Street.
No, my Tom.
Yeah, so this is the mill building here. Pulaski rear street here is the main access way. We're looking for this area here where it's overgrown.
Okay, so the paved area that's between the newer building and the building that's parallel with Pulaski Street rear, all that paved area, that whole existing paved area, I can't point to it because you can't see me pointing.
Yep, no, that's but this area to the rear, or
yeah,
are you talking?
so the runoff the runoff associated with that whole parking area that goes up around the side of the building, where's the drainage going? And if that's flowing towards your new paved area, then,
Okay, so the drainage goes, right now, this is kind of flowing in this direction. There's a catch basin here, a catch
Mhm.
basin here, a catch basin here, and a manhole here. This all goes into this manhole. This manhole goes under the building and directly out to the Waters River. So our plan is to pave this area,
okay,
collect all this runoff. We actually have a trench drain system in here because we're trying to infiltrate it, but we have a high water table
Yeah.
because of all the perched water.
Yeah.
And that's going to go to a catch basin here. We're going to add or rebuild an existing catch basin and then replace the, I'm sorry, right before the manhole, add a storm scepter, or actually because storm scepter is not adequate, it'll be a barracuda, which is similar to a storm scepter, but gets your 80% TSS removal,
Oh, good.
and then out to the river where it goes currently.
okay.
But what we've been talking about adding to the plan is all the drainage that kind of comes through this trench and gets caught here. We'd like to kind of add a flared end inlet out here and pick it up instead of letting it pond over top and run out to the drainage in here. Just pick it up and get it right into the system and let it run around and flow out. So it's not gonna, all it's doing is rerouting it underground. It's still going to the same
Yeah,
destination.
Are you going to submit the revised plan then to?
Yes, so
Department of Public Services, so, and us, so we can look at it.
yeah, so the plan would be to get a clean bill of health from Will Pollitt. We got the last comments after the filing deadline to get on this meeting, but we wanted to, because we're gonna get closer to this isolated wetland with the work, I kind of wanted to get the opinion of the commission that this would still remain under an RDA because it is just local jurisdiction. And we're trying to solve a problem here. We're not going out there because we're looking to add more disturbance. We're just trying to be responsible.
what about, so with regard to Will Paulus's memorandum, there's a bunch of items, there's like 9 items. Have you addressed those?
It's yes, we've worked on addressing those. The one outstanding item is trying to pick up that runoff, and we wanted to kind of get that in front of the commission to discuss tonight.
And what about the other information, such as the TSS removal spreadsheet?
Yeah, so I prepared one, and he provided that the New Jersey DOT's revised TSS removal for the storm scepter. So we're gonna we have a more recent product called the Barracuda that meets the 80% TSS removal. So we'll provide that with the spreadsheet for what's coming off of our site. And then we're going to add to the hydraulic analysis the additional water and just prove that the piping is adequate to handle it through our site. We may end up upsizing some of those pipes.
Well, that storm scepter that you're proposing is approved by the Department of Transportation for New Jersey. Do you know, is it Mass DEP rated?
So Mass DEP used to have the STEP program and the top program, and they've discontinued those. So the new the consortium that they now accept includes the New Jersey DOT, and that's the
thing that I talked to Will Pullitz with was the date of that document or certificate expired. And he indicated that it's the only thing we got, maybe, because they're the only ones that they have that tested this thing.
So
But
there's
I'd like to see the Barracuda, who tests that.
yeah, so that's that approval through New Jersey is from 2021 for the Barracuda. So it's a more recent approval is January
For a
2021.
Barracuda, okay, it's
Yeah,
fine.
so that's what we're going to change it to, and that'll address that concern.
Okay, so it's not the,
It's not the storm scepter. It's the same principle. It's a swirl particle separator, kind of like the vortex, the storm scepter. This one has kind of these. I think they call them rakes. So when the flow's high, it keeps the trapped particulates down. They kind of have these angles that come into the manhole, so it doesn't resuspend the solids in high flows, and that's how they get their 80%.
I have two questions. Will you supply a drawing or photographs of the Barracuda, number one, like you did for the storm scepter?
Yes.
And number two, do your calculations for the amount of water you're trying to control, does that take into consideration the climate change that we're facing and the fact that there could be advanced, rainfalls or advanced, additional water to take off the property?
I believe, and if I didn't, I can make the change. We can use the NRCC, the new extreme climate condition rainfalls.
Good.
We can do that for the analysis because again, we're going to expand it to include that additional water if the commission is okay with us picking that trench up and carrying it around. So we can use that for the analysis. The climate change, anything to do with sea level rise, we're kind of stuck with the river and the outfall. I mean, I don't see us going out and reconstructing that outfall. That would be kind of a permitting nightmare out here to go into the river.
Yeah, I don't hear a lot of flooding, tidal flooding from the Waters River as much
No,
as I hear it all the time from the North River in Peabody and the South River in Salem. I don't hear it so much from the Waters River. Is this bigger?
So it is tidal, but the 100-year flood is kind of, I don't know if you can see this blue line I'm sketching. It kind of comes just a hair into the parking lot here. So, I mean, we have there's probably 4 or 5 feet of grade coming across here. So that's quite a separation for us between the 100-year flood elevation and where we are.
Thank you.
I just had one more question. Item number 6. Did you perform a mounting analysis for the infiltration system?
So we weren't relying on the infiltration for disposal, only to meet the stormwater recharge, but we can do a mounting analysis. So we'll add that to what we provide to Will, so we can get him to sign off.
Okay, could you just elaborate a little bit on what the mounting analysis?
So the issue here is we just barely are shy of the 2-foot separation to groundwater because of that perched groundwater. So if we ran our calculations strictly relying on infiltration from the system, then we would be required under DEP to run the mounting calculation. But I understand where Will's getting at, that because we're less than 2 feet, let's do it. So we're going to just make sure that the amount infiltrated for the roof recharge, or I'm sorry, not the roof, for the recharge requirement for the proposed parking area, doesn't cause a mound to come up into the stone under the parking area where we're infiltrating. So we are actually getting that volume into the ground.
Okay.
Okay. And you'll have all that information supplied to us and to Will by the 30th?
Hopefully by the 17th to give enough time to get in front of us.
Good, thank you.
Just again, I didn't hear any opposition to picking up the drainage from that trench. There was no concerns with
No, I think it's just it's flowing the way you were describing it. I think that's probably a good idea.
Okay. All right. No, just wanted to make sure because that's the bulk of the revision that's left, and we wanted to.
Yeah.
So, I know, I thank you for your time, and hopefully we can wrap this up with a good report from Will.
We'll see you next month.
All right, Stu, are there people who want to speak on this?
I don't know. Are people who want to speak on this? I don't know who's there.
I don't know.
Participants. I see 38 participants.
Public, if anyone's in the audience that would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Mm,
I did not see anyone for here, but I think Tony did ask, he wanted to make sure that you guys are okay with them following through with a determination and not like a local notice of intent. Are you guys okay with him staying this route? My curiosity is how close are you getting to the wetlands now? I mean, are you going to be like working in the wetlands?
We won't be working in the wetlands, but we'll be within 10 to 15 feet of the isolated wetland.
All right. Someone did raise their hand. I'm going to promote them in a moment. I would say that, I mean, something definitely needs to be done on this site. That's why I've been like so pushy with emailing Tony, like asking for plans and stuff. Sorry, I've been pushy, Tony, but
No, not at all. That's we're trying to figure this out. We want to get it right. And
Who's the LSP on this?
I'm not sure, but we do have a clean 21E that we'll submit with our information to Will.
Okay.
That's yeah,
raise
both of
their
the
hand, just lowered it. If they want to speak, please raise your hand again. I don't know. They must have hit it. Okay, they do it. Is it okay if I don't know what's going on. Someone keeps raising their hand and lowering it. So I'm not sure. Are you guys gonna continue it?
It'll be continued to next month, yeah.
Yeah,
Make a motion to continue to April.
Second,
I'll second that.
roll call.
and I can't write that fast. I just want to make sure that the hand is not raised. It looks like, Kathy, did you want to speak on this? I saw your hand was up a few times. Are you just hitting it by mistake? Or is there something wrong with your computer? Hold on. I'm just going to allow Kathy to speak real quick. If I can find her.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
I can.
Okay, I don't really understand this and I hadn't been following this, but I just want to understand it a little bit better. So the purpose is that you want to put in a parking lot in that section, so you're running drainage from there down to the wetland area? Is that, am I correct?
Well, the drainage already exists that runs out to the river.
Okay,
We want to put a parking lot, but there's some flooding that's happening that's kind of puddling at the back of our property and spilling over into the 56 Pulaski Street property. And the neighbor from 56, the property owner, was here during our first hearing and wanted to get that resolved. So we've been trying to work on establishing where that flooding has come from. And what we want to do is just, instead of letting it run overland through the abutter's property and then into the same drainage system that we're tying into, we just want to pick it up and run it underground. So
okay, that was my next question, was it going to be underground? I just wanted to be sure none of it was coming out towards the regular Pulaski Street. So
no,
it's all
we
gonna
want
be
to
piped
stop
in.
it running from the surface.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I had questions about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Nope.
Do we,
All right,
Make
so
a
I'm gonna
vote.
go ahead and finish that roll call then. So it was continued by Amanda, seconded by Vice Chairman Rizzo. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris,
yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes,
Commissioner Cavicchio,
Yes.
5-0. It's continued until the April 13th meeting? I think April 13th.
Yes, April 13th.
Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item number 6, a public hearing for request for determination of applicability submitted by Andrew Levin from the city of Peabody, Community Development. Proposed work is a drainage repair and resurfacing of an existing bike path. Property is known as Kristen Crowley Spur Trail. There's no lot number or anything, so. Is Drew here?
Was here. I don't see him in the audience. Oh wait, there. I see him.
I
Now.
don't
Hold on.
see-
I'm gonna go ahead and promote him to panelist. What
Okay.
field? I'm not sure what's. I'm gonna try to like text.
Hmm.
Is that you?
That is me. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Can hear you.
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
This is weird to be part of the public on this one here. But good evening, everyone. Andrew Levin from the city of Peabody, senior planner with the Community Development and Planning Department. I'm here before you tonight requesting a determination of applicability for some drainage repair work that we're looking to do on the Kristen Crowley Trail. This is the East Coast Greenway border to Boston Trail. It's right by the Speedway gas station, goes under the I-95 overpass, connects over to Danvers, and actually continues up to Topsfield and continues on. Currently, there's quite a bit of ponding of water that happens on that trail after a rain event. And this ponding of water will lead to erosion that is also happening on that trail. You can see there's pretty big runnels after a rain event, and it's taken out the trail. It's making a little bit of a safety issue. So in speaking with Lucia, speaking with our Department of Public Services and our engineer, we filed this RDA for the work that we're going to be doing out there. It says resurfacing. I just want to clarify, we're not paving it or anything. That's strictly, we're going to compact the stone dust there and regrade a little bit. There is underneath the I-95 overpass, and I can share my screen with the plan if that's available, or if Lucia, if you
Yeah,
want to.
for whatever reason, however you're logged on, I can't promote you to a panelist.
That is
So
strange.
did you? It looks like you logged under the same account as me, though. Like you logged into the Zoom. So,
That is weird. Let's see here.
I mean, you can try to. Maybe you're already a panelist. You can, if you want to try to share it.
Unfortunately, not a panelist. I am just in as a regular Joe Public here.
Yeah, and it won't. It's saying it's failed to change your role. I can share. I'm just not 100% sure I have the correct. This is definitely not it.
Well, Lucia's pulling up. I can just continue to explain it a little bit. Starting at the pathway, it's underneath the I-95 overpass, or underneath there. Underneath that underpass, there's 5 joint sections of that bridge, and currently there's water that comes off that bridge, and it's eroding the pathway and kind of creating like a little bit of a dip there. That's perfect, Lucia, right there. Scroll up perfect. So you can see in the, just go down one more slide, one more page. Sorry, if you go down to the pathway.
Page. This one?
Yeah, perfect. So you can see this is underneath the I-95 underpass. As you can see, there's 5 sections. We are constructing or putting in there porous concrete that's going to help with that erosion. The rest of the trail will be stone dust. We've also talked with the design team that we're going to put boulders up on the sides of the underpass there on the pathway, just for a safety hazard, so people will know that they're on the trail and they're not going or anything because of the grading. You'll also see there that there is a proposed loam and seed ditch that will be created on the side of the trail on either side. And then as you come out of the underpass on the trail, if you see on that second picture there on the plan, there is going to be the construction of a 8-inch pipe that will go underneath the trail and come over to a stone surface to let the water out. The main goal with this design we worked with BSC Group on is to make sure that the water is not ponding on the trail or running off the trail and creating these erosion issues, which was creating safety issues. If you continue down, Lucia, if you want to scroll down to the next page. On this page here, you can see where the work continues, where that proposed loam and seed ditch continues as well. And then you can see that there is the wetland that is shown on the page here. The pathway is pretty close to the wetland, but the wetland is on the north side of the path, and the work that's going to be done on the path is actually on the south side of it. So it's between the path, and you can see on there we have the compost filter tubes that we're going to put up. If we need to, when we can work with the contractor, if the Concom would like, we could ask for a silt fence as well to be put up on that side. But on the south side of the trail, away from the wetland, there will be another proposed loam and seed ditch as well. If anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Just a couple. Who's responsible for placing the boulders? It says by others.
Yep. So we talked about that. We were hoping that we might actually have some boulders that Parks and Rec, we were working with them, that we might be able to use, repurpose.
So who's going to be responsible for running those crews and making sure the,
So the boulders might not be put in right away when the construction happens on the other section. That might just be happen after the fact by our Parks and Rec department.
Okay. And is your work, the end, at the limit of work, upstation, is that the town line, or is that still, there's still more?
It still goes a little bit past that,
Okay.
but there's not issues. I think it goes, don't quote me on this, I think it goes like another 60 or 70 feet, maybe a little bit more past that.
Oh, okay, so you're pretty much right there.
Yeah, we're pretty close there. If you're familiar with the trail, as you get closer to the town line, it kind of gets steep on one side, so there, and it actually doesn't really pond that badly. It actually doesn't really at all as you get towards the end. It's really, as you come out underneath the underpass, there's usually a really solid section of water there, and as you continue, there's some more as well, and then there's some debris that will get tossed on the side of the trail sometimes, and it will just lead to just more ponding on the trail, and then it really becomes a safety issue when the trail starts to erode.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I'm all set.
Anybody else have any comments? Any comments from the public? Do we need a motion to close this hearing? Lucia?
Audience, now would be the time to raise your hand if you would like to speak for or against this project. And I don't see anyone, so you guys can close it, and then you would make a motion for a negative determination.
Negative determination, okay.
With whatever conditions.
We have a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Seconded.
Thank you.
There's a motion to close made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Commissioner Green. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes. Yes.
Amanda, sorry,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so that passes with 5 voting. I still don't see anyone in the audience, so I think it's safe to say no one is here for or against it. So you guys can go ahead and make that motion to vote.
I need a motion for a negative determination with special conditions.
Motion to issue a negative determination with special conditions. Conditions, erosion control shall be installed and improved before site work is commenced. And any other conditions the commission thinks necessary, probably the, when the boulders go in, make sure that's coordinated well. Lucia should know when they go to do that.
Will do. Yeah, I'll work with Lucia on that as well when that happens.
Do you have a time schedule on that, when you're planning on doing this work?
Yeah, we want to move kind of quickly on this. This is being funded through a grant. But we do want to, it's New England. Snow is still falling out there right now. So we want to make sure that we can really work with the land out there. So we're shooting for end of spring, early summer, hopefully. June would be ideal.
Okay.
Do I hear a second?
Seconded.
Thank you.
I have a negative
Welcome.
determination with the following condition, I'm assuming it's erosion controls to be, you meant like approved, like do you want me to go out and review them before work commences?
Yeah,
I can't find my notes for whatever reason.
It's,
All
yeah,
right,
I have it. I read erosion controls should be installed and before the site work can commence
and then
and
coordinate.
approved by you.
All right, great. And then coordinate the boulder installation with the agent. That motion was made by
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Commissioner Green. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Lazares,
yes,
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Commissioner Athos,
Yes,
Vanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so that is passes 5 with 0 people against it. So Drew, I will try to get that to you as soon as I can. Just we can talk about it tomorrow.
Excellent. Thank you everyone so much. Have a great evening.
you too.
too. Drive careful. Ready, Lucia?
I'm ready.
All right, number 7, abbreviated notice of resource area delineation, an ANRAD. A public hearing on an ANRAD submitted by Thorson, Ackerley, and Williams and Sprages LLC for Ray Philippe Brothers. Applicant is seeking confirmation for the extent and location of wetland resource area may be subjected to jurisdiction under the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the City of Peabody Wetlands Ordinance within and surrounding the property known as 60 Pulaski, map 53, lot 85, Peabody, Mass. Ms. Thor, you're here. You want to speak on this one?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, members of the commission. It's nice to be in front of you. Tonight, we are representing the client or applicant for the project, Ray Felitti of Felitti Brothers. And the subject property is, of course, 60 Pulaski Street. And I will just share my screen here quickly to give a high-level overview. This is the subject property right here, 60 Pulaski. 58, which the commission just talked about, I believe is right over in here. And then this continues to the town line where we enter Danvers and South Liberty Street. You can see the Waters River is out here. We have a wetland up in here that flows down into the Waters River as well. One second, just pulling up the plan here. So this is an existing conditions topographic survey of the subject property. You can see that the first thing that probably sticks out to the commission is that there is a building footprint shown here. This is the historical location of what was a commercial or industrial building here that burned down in the late 90s, early 2000s, and was removed from the site. You can still see remnants of it when you're out there. There's, of course, a lot of gravel in this area. And the history of the site is pretty extensive. This building and this general area had been used for a number of different industrial operations since about the 1800s, from tanneries to fertilizers and to food production. We believe they have actually used the water out here for shipping and receiving. We have some pretty unique historical photos that we got from the Peabody Historical Society that show ships actually coming up into this area, docking, and it looks like the building here previously had used it as, or had utilized the water and could be considered a mill complex. I know you may also see that we had talked about in the ANRAD application, trying to make the determination that most of the site up until the wetland line, or approximately that, is considered degraded, which of course DEP commented on and squashed that and said this is only for the resource areas. But that's what this note is right here. Previously developed and degraded riverfront area extends from the wetland edge to the 200-foot riverfront area boundary. And that kind of comes from that, if you look at this site at a historical level, here's the building here, and really all of this was pretty open. This is a 1938 aerial. This is from 1955. So again, pretty developed and used. You can see remnants of, or you can pretty clearly see a stone wall along the entire perimeter of the site. So it's evident that they had filled in and raised the site over the years. And here's the site as well in a 1965 aerial. So that's your property boundary approximately here. But tonight we're only looking for the review and confirmation of the wetland resource areas on the property. We do plan to follow up this application with a notice of intent in the near future. So I'll jump into it here. The first resource area that we can show you, and probably the easiest one to describe, is the bordering vegetated wetland that envelops the entire perimeter of the property. That is shown as the A series, which is this highlighted green line here. And what it does for the majority, until you get, well, really for the majority, is that it follows essentially a toe of slope along that rocky edge along the property that I mentioned, and then it goes down into a salt marsh area or marshy area up until about flag A38, and then that's where you get into that wetland that is created from drainage from Pulaski that it eventually flows into the Waters River. Lucia and I reviewed that a few weeks back. We did make a couple revisions. Most notably was in this area. We did see wetland vegetation in here. Our original flags went out to this area. You can see we had two topographic shots in here. We looked at it a little closer. There was some ponding in here, as well as enough vegetation. So we decided to include that as in the BVW boundary. And you can kind of see the topography, really steep slopes over in here, going from elevation 20 all the way down to around 12 and 10. So it was a really clear wetland edge that we feel very, very confident in. And then adjacent to that, and it kind of follows the BVW boundary, is the zone AE, or the flood zone, which in the Wetlands Protection Act is referred to as land subject to coastal storm flowage in this case. So that is this orange line here. And what that does is it has a known elevation associated with it. So based on our topographic mapping of the property, as well as the prior surveyor's topographic mapping of the property, we can say that the flood zone extends to elevation 10 on the property, which is generally, pretty close to the BVW line, but does extend a little bit further up into the upland. The final resource area here is mean high water associated with Waters River. Now, because this is a tidal river, it's not a typical river or mean annual high water determination where you would flag the high point of the water on a river that's inland. Because this has a tidal influence, we take what is provided to us in the NOAA tidal charts for the nearest harbor reference, which in this case is Beverly, and that gets translated to an elevation. In this case, that elevation came out to be 4.1. So you can see it's a bit further into the wetland than the BVW flags, but when you're out there, it makes some sense. You see generally a pretty clear bank along some of the marsh out there, where at high tide the water approximately comes up to that edge. Similar experience over here, where we have the BVW flags a few feet higher, but we have a clear edge down here where the tidal influence sort of ends. And then from all of these resource areas, we have the 100-foot buffer zone, or the buffer zones shown, as well as the resource areas, the 200-foot riverfront area, which is considered a resource area, not a buffer zone. That extends from the mean high water elevation, or mean high water mark here. And then we have the 100-foot buffer zone from the zone AE, the orange line, and BVW. I believe in almost every case except for right here and right in here, the buffer zone extends from the zone AE as described in the Peabody wetlands ordinance. I do want to apologize. We had talked to Lucia yesterday as well. She brought up some good points, and we had recently done a project just next door here in Danvers, literally on the property next door. And we found that after running our survey equipment over there, that the mean high water elevation that we had shown on the plan that you have right now is actually incorrect. And the reason we had shown it as incorrect is because we had compiled survey information from one previous plan, which that plan had actually used survey information from another plan. So at some point there was a compounding error that created an incorrect elevation on some of these. Really what it came out to be is about 0.5 of a foot. So just recently, again, we completed that survey and we were able to revise the mean high water line to the correct elevation, as well as the zone AE to the correct elevation. But the BVW flags are what you have right now. And the buffer zones did change slightly from what you have as well. So I do want to apologize for that.
You know what the number is? You know what the elevation is?
It's 4.1 for the mean high water.
Oh, it's on the plan.
Yep. So I think that covers, gives the commission a good overview of the resource areas here. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And yeah.
This plan that we're seeing on screen is the latest plan with all the changes.
Correct.
Right. Anybody else want to comment?
Well, there was some DEP comments that we need to address.
Okay.
About the site being degraded. You want to talk about that, Lucia?
I can chime in quickly too.
Yeah.
So we did try to help, and we thought the commission may want to work with us to try to get that resolved prior to moving forward with the notice of intent. But DEP said, no, you can't determine how much of the site is degraded or not at this point in time. It has to wait until the notice of intent process starts. And it's up for debate. Certainly it's a tough site to evaluate. There is some vegetation growing along the perimeter of the site. There are obvious areas where gravel exists right now, where the old building was. So it's not an easy site to evaluate in terms of that, but they had said that determination cannot be made as part of the ANRAD process. And that's fine. And we're not seeking that any longer, of course.
Okay.
So once you get into this, you can then determine whether or not, or where the degradation is. Is that what you're saying?
That can happen under the NOI.
Yeah, but that's when you'll determine what's degraded and what's not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and all that does is it allows flexibility in the regulations for redeveloping the site. We believe that a lot of the site is degraded, but that the definition of degraded is relatively narrow, and it's up for interpretation by the commission and Lucia to take a look. And we're not so it is a process, and we're not seeking to go down that road right now. But
Okay. I mean, what I'm getting out of this is, once we're done discussing, we're just looking for a motion to approve the wetland flags, FEMA location, et cetera, correct?
Yes. Right.
Okay. Anybody else have any comments?
No.
No. Anybody in the audience? Let's see the audience.
Want to ask them to raise their hand, just so I know it sounds redundant, but just so they know. There was an issue earlier with raising hands, so I'm not sure, there might be a glitch or something.
Well, raise your hand if you want to speak.
I don't see anyone right now. If
Kathy Wells.
Oh, you can see it?
I saw a hand go up a couple times, then it just goes away.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That's what was happening with her earlier.
Yeah. Is that a hand raised from Stephanie Peach?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and promote her to a panelist. Thor, could you stop sharing the screen, please?
Yep.
It just makes it difficult for me to navigate.
Sorry. Yep.
Unless everyone wants to see that still. Sorry, I apologize.
We will bring it back. All right. Councilor Peach, when you speak, please give your name and address.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I think am I off mute?
You're on.
Oh, now I can't hear anyone.
I can hear you.
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can hear you,
I can hear you.
but she can't hear us.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Sorry, you would think, I mean, I use this every day for work, but I don't know. So thank you for the opportunity to just speak. I just wanted to get clarification on the process. So I understand we're just voting on the wetland flags tonight, but as far as a butter notification, if the petitioner plans to actually develop the land or whatever the next step in this process is, there'll be additional butter notification that gets sent out. I know that there's a lot of concerns with this particular parcel that have been running on for several years. So I just want to get some clarification on what the process is and make sure that all of the abutters will be notified again.
I believe it will be notified during the NOI process. Correct?
That'd probably be a question for Lucia.
Yeah, a new filing, it would definitely be notification to the abutters.
What are the general comments that you're hearing from the abutters now?
I just think Pulaski, hearing from different abutters, and I know there are several of them that have joined in on this meeting, but talking about just the development of Pulaski Street in general over the last several years. Obviously, we haven't seen any plans of what I believe this is a purchase in progress. So we haven't seen any definite plans of what they're looking to develop here, but we're in a heavily residential area. While this is a light industrial zoned location. You know, we have developed a lot over the last 20, 25, 30 years. So just a lot of people are concerned about additional truck traffic, additional traffic in general. And then many neighbors have expressed their concern of any disruption to the wetland. So this lot has been vacant for a number of years. There have been some issues with buses that, you know, were addressed by the city and the commission. So I'm very thankful for that. So just as we move forward, I want to make sure all of our abutters who have done a lot of work over the years to combat certain things that have gone on this lot that have affected their standard of living are going to continuously be notified moving forward with any of the plans.
Yeah, they will be. The site's got a long history. I've been involved on this site with the commission many years ago. You know, parking buses, school buses on the property, and that kind of stuff. So this does have a long history, and I hope that whoever does post or any work on this can take a long, hard look. That Waters River is the city of Peabody's only access to tidal ocean. So it's kind of a important place, and you know, and it's a sensitive area, and we certainly, I imagine the city would be would like to see whatever happens, maybe some enhancements along the water to beautify it and
Really make it pedestrian friendly.
yeah, that's our only link to the ocean.
That's true.
So hopefully, to you, Thor, maybe, I don't know if you already, whether you know what's happening or what's being proposed. It's certainly something that I'm very interested in, and how that site is used and developed, and what you folks might have plans relative to what enhancements can be done to make that either accessible, beautify it, keep it safe, all that. That's it.
A jogging trail around the water would be nice.
That sounds nice.
Boat launch.
Boat launch. Come back sailing again.
You guys can send me a list.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
All set speaking. I don't want to stop Counselor Peach if you wanted to speak some more. It looks like Kathy wants to speak again. She's already a panelist, and then there's another person and like that has a title BB. Hopefully it's not a Zoom bomber and it's a person, but Kathy, if you want to unmute, I think you should be able to. Whoops, no. Kathy, did you want to speak? Because I think you can unmute. Whoops,
Okay.
I keep muting her. Sorry.
Okay, hi. Alt A. Am I on?
Yeah.
You're on.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you again for hearing me. I just, I worked a lot on this site. You guys recognize me from the many meetings years ago with the bus lot. And a couple of things, I did go through the Danvers Historical Society as well as the Peabody, and we did determine that no boats did actually ever go down the river. It was just always way too shallow. Also, the picture that you depict, I've lived here since 1996. It was a very small building that was there. It was not a 46,000 square foot building, which is what I believe that they're proposing. So I just kind of wanted to get, I know this is just about the delineation tonight, but I just wanted to correct those couple of things anyways, and let you know the history that I had learned in the past. And I do have the documentation, so I'll be happy to provide that if anybody wants it. So, and it is the only waterfront site, and a park would be wonderful there, a lot better than a large industrial building. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
EB, and I'm going to allow them to talk, and then they do need to state their name and address for the record.
You're on. I guess they're not.
They're unmuted. They're not speaking.
They're not speaking, but they're on.
There an Eddie G in the list?
Gonna speak, or I'm going to remove your permission to speak. There's no one else in the audience as of right now who has their hand raised. Kathy, do you know who this BB is?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. My microphone apparently was out of order. I apologize for that. Bill Basinski, Ledgewood Way, resident of Peabody since 1986. I'm not looking for a full discussion at this meeting, just a comment if anyone wants to make one. We all read about the anticipated rise in sea level. I thought of that when I saw the drawings that Mr. Ackerley was presented, and I'm not looking for a full discussion, as I said. Just if anyone wants to comment, I'd be glad to hear it. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want to comment? Anybody else want to speak?
Well, I know that when you talk about land along the ocean where we're subject to tidal, storm surges is very big today. And there are plans to protect against that for the years 2050 and 2070. I don't know how this would apply, or if it does, it's a little more inland, but it's certainly tidal. So maybe that is something to be consider when you folks come back with a plan. Maybe just have some discussion on that.
Thank you. We'll definitely make a note of that.
Thank you.
Okay. Will you get a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second. Is that you,
I
Rita?
second.
Okay. You get that, Lucia?
Seconded by Rita, correct? It was
Correct.
Rita?
Yes.
Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so it is closed and ready for a motion. May I suggest a motion, a recommended motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So to get back to what DEP's comments, I would try to make this motion as specific as possible. To approve the ANRAD, the BBW wetlands flags, the FEMA location, the inner and outer riverfront areas in, I believe it was the mean water height annual, what was it? The mean, Thor, I'm sorry, can you?
Mean high water.
Mean high water are correct. This ORAD does not establish the limit of previously degraded riverfront area. This ORAD specifically approves and confirms delineated boundaries of resources area as shown on the plan and reiterated on this ORAD form. Well, I guess that would, I mean, that last part, but it will be reiterated on the ORAD form, the order.
Anybody want to make the motion?
I'll make that motion.
Second?
I'll second that.
Seconded.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call since I already read it. Basically, there's someone in the audience again who raised their hand last. I'm just going to continue with the motion, and then you already closed the hearing. So it's up to you guys if you want to let them speak, but I think we should, so that we don't get cited. You can always reopen it if something crazy happens.
Okay.
But again, just to reiterate, this is only for wetlands delineation, and the roll call is Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so That passes, but I'm gonna go ahead and, well, now their hand is not raised. I don't know what is going on. Everyone keeps raising their hand and putting it down. All right, their hand is back up. Hold on.
Whose hand is back up?
I just allowed Susan Smoller, name and address, please.
Hi, I don't know if you can hear me.
We can.
Wonderful. I'm sorry to be an irritant at the end of the meeting. I've been busy tonight, and the first time I tried to join the meeting earlier this evening, I was encountering ID identification problems. So I'm here now at the end of the meeting because I just think it's wonderful. We should talk about the North River. I mean, not the North River, the Waters River, the way we talk about the North River and how we can beautify it, how we can make it more accessible. But I also hope that as we talk about these rivers, we talk about climate reduction strategies that you're going to embrace or require, especially in a location like 60 Pulaski Street, right next to 2 existing peaker plants and a 3rd proposed. That if you're going to beautify this area, beautify it with climate capture benches and wind walls and things that might help reduce the carbon in the air. So I don't know where to go with that, but it seems like given where we're at in today's world, any public project that goes forward should require climate reduction strategies incorporated into their plan. So that's what I wanted to say. And thank you for letting me come on at the end of your meeting.
You're welcome.
Good to see you, Sudi.
Nice to see you too. Been busy as you, I'm sure.
I've been busy, but
You remember me, Sudi?
I remember you from, oh gosh, Conservation Commission meetings years and years ago.
Yeah.
Back when, interestingly, my first story with you was the wetlands reconstruction for the landfill. And now here we are trying to cover over that landfill that we opened up, and they reconstructed wetlands to accommodate the landfill. Are there wetlands as part of this plan? I'm just curious. I wish I could be 3 places at once, but I'll watch your meeting before. But yes, Mr. Rizzo, I well remember. Meeting was in front of the Conservation Commission.
But I think, and I'll bring it up, there is some sort of subcommittee that's being formed in the city council to talk about energy, and certainly wind walls and those kinds of things along tidal areas should be addressed by a city council meeting. So they have not met yet, but I will put it on my list of things to suggest. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. I'll leave you.
Good night.
Bye.
All right. Moving on to number 8. Number 8, notices of intent. And wise. Continued public hearing, notice of intent submitted by Ann Martin. Okay, I'll read this, but I want to move. I would like to change it. This is submitted by Ann Martin, LEC Environmental Consultants for RJ Kelly Management LLC. The owner is Analogic Corporation, Andrew Preet. And the proposed work is a redevelopment of the property as a storage warehouse facility, including the raising and removing of all existing buildings and infrastructure and constructing a new state-of-the-art storage warehouse building with internal circulation, parking, loading facilities, supporting infrastructure. The property is known as 8 Centennial Drive, map 91, lot 6 in Peabody. This falls under, Lisa made a note that March 1 there was revised plans submitted. We had emails from people today as well as yesterday on this property. I would like to offer that we convene a special meeting for this project before the end of the month. I don't know if we can take the time or if it'll be a long meeting, to combine it with the one we set up for the 23rd with the Salem Country Club. And I'd like to know how the commission feels. I would recommend we do not discuss it tonight, only because I haven't had the time to look at all the new submissions.
Before the commission votes on it, I would like, in representing the applicant, have a chance to speak. But
Go ahead, Ann, give us your name and address.
Ann Martin, LEC Environmental, 380 Lowell Street in Wakefield. We filed the notice of intent. You are correct that there were a lot of emails that went around, but I believe that it has given, those emails going around gave an incorrect impression to you as to exactly what has been going on since the last time we met with the commission. So I'd like to briefly just maybe give you a little bit of recalibration of where the project's at and what's been going on. The last time we met with you was on February 9th. At that time, we had comments in from peer reviewers and Scott Cameron. I was not present. Scott Cameron was present. Sean was present, and we had someone there to speak to you from BL about the lighting. We went over the stormwater peer review and the stormwater plans and some changes that had been made to the plans at that time. We discussed some changes to lighting in the parking lot in response to comments that Amanda had made at the first public hearing. And Scott Cameron presented at that time to the commission that we were taking about a 20,000 square foot area of the buffer zone along Wetland A, the large wetland that was there, and restoring it with a pollinator mix. Since that last hearing, we've been working very closely with Will Pollitt and Janet Bernardo, the peer reviewer. But since that hearing, the plan changes have really been very minor plan changes. And we submitted those plans to the city and the commission on the 25th. I think part of the reason why it feels like there's been a flurry of emails is we had a meeting on Monday with Will and Janet. Lucia was able to participate in that, really kind of going over one or two minor little things that were left. And you might have seen emails going around that really had to do with things related to the planning board, not necessarily the Conservation Commission. And then one of the things that Lucia asked us to do that we thought actually was a very good idea, even though it was kind of a quick turnaround change, was we are proposing to install signage all along the wetland, every 100 feet on the fence that says sensitive area, no dumping, no snow storage. And she asked us, instead of that being something that gets conditioned, comes up later, contractors are calling her or asking Scott and I, where do we put these signs? She asked us to add that to the plans. So we did add that to the plans. We added the locations of the plans, what the signage would say. I have that on my screen. I could show it to you if you wanted to see it. But I think that's really the most significant change that has occurred on the plans that relates to the commission and the commission's jurisdiction. So we're here tonight. We're willing to discuss whatever it is that you want to discuss. We can rediscuss some of the things that we've covered in the past if you'd like, but I'm really asking you to reconsider pushing us off without any discussion tonight at this meeting, because I'm not sure there's as much to be reviewed or discussed as it may have appeared from emails flying around.
Let's see.
I guess the only other thing I would add is we do have sign off from Will Pollitt and Janet Bernardo on the stormwater review that we've addressed all of their concerns, and Will has provided actually us and Lucia with a list of the special conditions that he thinks the commission should include in an order of conditions.
I had a couple of questions.
Sure.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
It's not that I'm not confused about the who's applying, but it seems that there's a lot of design that's included in these plans, highly technical, that is somewhat dependent on future testing, groundwater analysis, saturation test holes in the detention areas and retention areas to determine the saturation hydraulic connectivity testing. That's really important stuff, and we're putting this off. And we're not doing it now, we're putting it off, and we're putting it off until the property owners or the name, whoever's going to buy the property changes. And that's a lot of technical data, important data, that I think potentially could go one way or the other in terms of the results, yet so much of the project is dependent on that. And I don't know if it's my business, but I'm just confused about who the owner is and what does that have to do with change in ownership. I mean, who's applying and who owns it? Why isn't this stuff being done now at this time and not sometime later on when someone else owns it and we're under construction? Seems like it's a lot of technical data and engineering that is being put off. Maybe you can respond to that, Ann, for me.
I think Scott, I'm going to defer to Scott Cameron, who's the engineer on the project.
Okay.
Thanks, Ann. Good evening. For the record, Scott Cameron with the Moore and Cameron Group, 66 Elm Street in Danvers, Massachusetts. And Mr. Chair, can I respond to that?
Yes.
Mr. Rizzo, great questions and definitely deserving of some more explanation tonight. I've been working in Peabody for, I don't know, 16 years or so on various projects. And I have not ever been through one under at least Will Pollitt's oversight where we have not gone back during construction and verified all the soil conditions. So you'll also see as you read through those that I'm required to basically prove out once the systems are fully excavated that the boring information, the soil information we have in hand now, we do have 3 borings at least on all these areas. And we have really reliable information from what I've seen. I have all the soil sitting in a box sorted out in my office. It's all very consistent, very good soil. This is, again, we have a really good design. And when we get in, we start excavating this out on what are our large basins, we want to make sure that everything is good. We can't do that work now. We simply can't go and start excavating out these basins because we need a permit from you. We can't fully excavate out the full area. And not only that, and that's just kind of frankly, that's kind of a nonsense thing for me to say, but because if you told us to, I guess we could go out and excavate the full things, but the property's also currently used. All these areas are in, especially around the wetland, they're in parking lots that are actively being used, not only for parking, but access, emergency vehicle access. And we can't get in there, and it will continue to be used, and the property will be continue to be occupied for some time until they're ready to, until the existing tenant moves on to a new location, and they do officially at that point abandon it, demo, start getting things going. So the conditions you see in the memo from Will are conditions that we've had 2 meetings. Lucia was at the one on Monday. I believe you're at the first one too. I can't recall. That was right before our last meeting. And these are conditions that we worked out with Will, with Janet Bernardo, both PEs, both with an extensive amount of experience. We have all looked at all the soil data. We have put our hands on, we've discussed all this. Everybody is feeling really good about it. And of course, my stamp's on the plans. And we wanted to put in some fail safes to just guarantee that we have mechanisms in there to make sure we are double effective. This would be, initial design would be the first take, the peer review would be your double check, and this would be a triple check before we put these systems online. And then there's a fourth check. He's also got a condition in there that he wants me to certify these systems before they're brought online. So he's asking me to provide an illicit discharge compliance statement. In order for me to do that, they got to be working, and everybody's got to be good with it. So DPS will have an inspector meet me out in the field to observe the bottom of bed, observe the saturated hydraulic conductivity test. And just to add additional changes and tweaks, we through the additional soil testing and working with Will and Janet, we put on some other fail safes, which we worked in the design to ensure that we have at least 2 feet of groundwater separation to the bottom of the system. We have at least 3 feet of separation to bedrock. So 3 feet of native soil, we want to make sure is in place, minimum. And we also added in some provisions regarding sediment and erosion control. These basins are usually in the spot in the site where we want to manage water in a sediment basin. So we discussed it and actually added into the erosion control notes on the plans that that they are not allowed to excavate down to within 2 feet of the bottom of the basin, so that they can use these areas, but we're not going to be of any risk of clogging up the existing soil with silt and sediment and construction runoff. So again, there's been a lot of focus and attention put on this. I'm feeling extremely confident with it. I wouldn't have put my stamp on it otherwise, and it's not just my word you need to take. You got 2 other engineers that have looked on this on behalf of the city. So I hope that answers your question, and a little background of the conditions that we'll propose and why they're there. But it's not for lack of confidence. It's not for areas of concern. It's fail safes.
Okay. Yeah, that, I mean, part of my concern was that because of the close proximity of the refusal and the grades being not the best to try to accomplish what you guys want to do, it's just that it's in verifying the proposed stormwater ponds and the water and so forth. If it should be that what you thought it was isn't met, or you can't meet that, given the tightness of the design, based on the design and the plans and what you presented to us, the effects and the constructability of those stormwater systems, if they're being jeopardy, how would that change the layout of the project?
Sure, that's a great question. Fail safes, redundancies. So I'll use pond 4 as an example. So pond 4, this is the pond that it's outside of your buffer zone, but does discharge into the wetland. It's located kind of between the parking and the building. It's kind of in the middle of the property. So pond 4, we initially had 2 borings on the kind of southeast side of that, and it showed we had great soil. It was down deep. We excavated down. That was going to be one of our primary workhorses for groundwater recharge. Then we went out and we did some additional soil testing, an area I was kind of questioning, and Mr. Rizzo, we talked about it at our first meeting too. It was kind of like this lumpy ridge area that they didn't touch when they built out the site originally. So we dug some test holes. Sure enough, the ledge was shallow. So on one side of this, I've got ledge. On the other side, I've got, 15 feet of sand and gravel. Well, we know somewhere in the middle of that, we transition from bedrock into good soil. So we're going to have infiltration in that basin. But when we designed it, when we adjusted the design based on this information, we didn't take credit for any infiltration there. We assumed it was all detention. We assumed the whole thing is bedrock. And if I even get half of that basin draining as infiltration, our numbers are better than even the initial design, because that was our workhorse. Right now, we started with that doing full infiltration. We were somewhere around 5 to 1, somewhere around 5 times more groundwater recharge than what the minimum requires us to do. After we switched pond 4 to detention, it lowered us down to about 3.6 times. So it was lower. We also found more information that pond 5, which is the one closest to the wetland, we initially thought it was detention. It's shallower, it's flatter, so we don't get as much bang for our buck there, even though it's a bigger spread out area. That one will infiltrate. We did find the borings that were in the system were much better than we anticipated. Again, this is kind of the nature of bedrock, and it's never perfect, you know, unless and until we excavate everything, we're never quite going to know everything, but we make a lot of conservative assumptions and build these, I don't know, factors of safety into the design. So, you know, again, where I say I'm feeling very confident, I actually don't feel that the design is very tight. I feel like we actually have a lot of wiggle room built into that design for these reasons.
Okay. Okay.
Ann and Scott, I still believe that we have not, as a commission, had time to review the latest plans that were submitted on 3/1, and there was a meeting on 3/7, was 2 days ago. And I have no idea. I was supposed to be there and I couldn't make it, but I have no idea what discussion was. And I just don't think it would be fair for the commission to vote on anything tonight without getting that information. I mean, you're saying we get a flurry of emails that are not, make it sound like they're not important, but we have all these meetings and all these designs that are changing. And I have not had a chance to look at them. And I still want to look at Will Politz's comments, and the peer review is not, you know, this is too much happening too quickly without, you know, there's no time to respond to it. And I don't want to be in a position where we're rushed and we find out that there's more things that we could have done. And I think putting it off until the 23rd at least would make more sense, just to give us time to look at the stuff. Let's say the commission.
I have to agree with you, Stu. I mean, I understand you're pushing, you're confident and everything, but we need time to review this. And honestly, it just was like overwhelming, the amount of input that we got just recently. We need, you know, more than just a few hours to go over all of the details that are sent along. Lucia does a great job of sending all that information along, but you know, there's that assumption that we're just we're going to drop everything and just, you know, focus on that. No, there are a lot of people on this list, and you know, there needs to be some respect for the time of the people on the commission to go over the stuff. So I'm in favor of what Stu is saying, is have a special meeting or put it on the end of the 23rd. So we have time to go over it. I mean, you don't want us to just sort of rubber stamp it, do you?
I don't think that that's a reasonable expectation, number one. Number two, there are other people on our agenda who would like to have their stuff immediately approved too. There's a lot of activity going on this month and next month. I just like to take the time again to review it, ask questions. We certainly can get a hold of Ann or Scott during the next week and ask questions and get answers. But that's where I sit. Anybody else? Mike, are you against moving it off till 23rd?
I'll support whatever the commission wants to do. I spent all day on this, so yeah, I gotta say I have a pretty good feel about it. But I understand it's a lot. It's a lot for everybody to absorb. So I'm just one person, but I spent quite a bit of time on it today, and you know, the important thing that I want to bring out is that it sounds like this project, maybe because the issue with the tenants and finding a new home for the tenants, this project, I'm guessing, is probably going to be a long duration for construction. Mostly because I think the petitioner is going to be asking or would like to have a 5-year order of conditions. So it's the important part to me, the important thing to me is partially because of that, and because these retention, detention areas are critical to the whole project, that stuff's got to be, that stuff's going to need to be all in place. You know, first thing, that's important because this job is going to take, you know, a long time for whatever different reasons there are. It's important that those BMPs are in place ahead of time. So that's something I want to hear from the designers, whether it's tonight or if we put it off for a couple of weeks. That I want to feel the confidence that this job's not going to just sit and be partially constructed. The BMPs have to be in place and working. And if I'm wrong, you can tell me I'm wrong, but I think the BMPs need to be in place and working to be able to handle whatever we come up against during this perhaps a long construction phase.
Mr. Chair, I can respond.
Well, I also think the current, the Analogic has got to look for or get another place to move to before this project starts. So it just adds to the time. I would take time to review it and make sure that everybody has their oar in.
Yeah, the timing, you're not incorrect. There's a lot that has to happen between now. We are asking for the longer order period for that reason. It's not necessarily alleviating, you know, I guess our interest in trying to get through this tonight. And we're hoping we can maybe just walk you through what I assure you are very minor changes between what you've had since February 25th to now. And we can walk you right through and perhaps get through any questions you might have about that information. But the 99.9% based on the effort we put into this project, I guess from our side, and also the efforts of the city staff and reviewers, hasn't changed since the 25th. And with regards to the basins and having assurances on your part, you know, we are in receipt of the city engineer's comments on the recommended conditions, and we're very amenable to those. And perhaps there's as they're in the order, perhaps there's a mechanism there where we are reporting to the city engineer. We can absolutely report back to you as well, so that you are kept in the loop on this. We have no reason to want to keep you out of this. And once work actually does start, when we break ground, it's going to go. This isn't going to be, I mean, there is a lot to build, but it is going to go, and it's going to go as fast as you've ever seen a project go up.
Well, again, and you say it was the 25th, and then there's data coming on the 1st of March. There was a meeting on the 7th. This stuff is moving. We haven't had a chance to, the information should have been delivered to us by the 10th of February, not 25th, not 1st of March. And I think that putting all the onus on us tonight is unfair. I think we need time to digest this. I would like to hear a motion to move this process to the 23rd of March.
I think they have to agree to that, Stu. I think you have to ask the petitioner to agree to extend to a later date.
I mean, they're asking us to agree to approving all the stuff we haven't seen.
Could we at least perhaps walk through the changes with you
Not
while we're here tonight? So you can sit, and then if you have any questions I mean, we're here, we're here it's.
I would
My
say,
suggestion is if you guys are just gonna continue this, in the sake of time, we have 4 more items. I think 3 of them are new items right after this. And 2 of them are commercial, 3 of them are commercial projects. So if you guys aren't gonna vote, I mean, I stopped like working on everything else to work on this project the last 3 days. So if you guys aren't gonna vote tonight and you're just gonna continue it, I would suggest you continue it now, rather than have him talk for 45 minutes and then we have an hour to cram in 4 other items. So if we're listening to him, I would listen to him. As I said, I wrote all those conditions. I spent hours reviewing this stuff.
and I haven't had a chance to read all the conditions. That's the point.
Stuart, I would suggest, I don't think it's going to take Scott 45 minutes to go through the changes. My only comment is, I think that if you allowed Scott to explain to you what changes occurred, even if you do continue it to the 23rd, it will make it easier for you to look at the plans and know what actually changed. If he's given the opportunity to kind of explain that to you, I think it would actually be helpful to you and not a hindrance.
What say the commission?
I'm okay with that.
I say to
It's
go
up to
ahead and
you.
explain. I have a couple questions myself. Can I ask through the chair?
Sure. I mean, go ahead.
I was looking at this, the applicant stated that the site is a land use of higher potential pollutant loads. Can you explain what makes this site that it's a LUHPPL site?
Yes, I can explain that. It's not anything to do with the actual use. It's just the size of it. When we exceed
5 acres.
and I don't have that exact number. I believe it's 10 acres in pavement. We get kicked into a land use. So, and frankly, nowadays, there's very little I design that I don't put in the same measures for any potential commercial use. We do the same thing on everything. So we're treating to the highest standards. We're providing every bell and whistle we can work in the design. That's a big part of what Janet and Will reviewed with the treatment train and what we're doing and how we're doing it, and having products that are true, tried and tested over decades.
All right, thanks for that. And I did watch, I couldn't attend last month, but I thank you guys for bringing in Suze to explain the dark sky lighting.
Mm-hmm.
That was great. And okay, I guess for now, that's my only question. Thank you.
And I need literally 3 minutes to walk you through the changes.
Go ahead.
So what you saw, the flurry over the last 2 days, the emails, everything. So first and foremost, we had been talking about posting signs. So we worked out the language of the sign with Lucia. She requested that they be reflective. They're 2 foot by 2.5 feet. And then we went in and we actually put them on the plan where they're going to live. So you can see these dark black dots that we went through at least 100 feet on center. And in a lot of cases, closer than that. For example, and so can you see my computer screen? I didn't ask that.
Yes.
Yep. So we put those on both sides of this corner, so they're facing each of the 2 parking lots all the way down, and we put them on the snow storage area. So that was just, it was an additional measure, and we have that sign that appears on every plan. It shows up on the construction details with all the rest of the signs. It shows up again and all these locations show up again on the conservation plan, which is where we specify the seed mix. So all this information is on the plan. It's redundant. It's the same thing, just everywhere. You can see the same sign. I mentioned we added a note to the plan regarding erosion sediment control. So we have this here. And then we added on to sheet in the drainage details, there were 2 pipe size changes, which were just, you know, it was just updating, the pipe size was drawn in multiple locations. So we had it one area, it was changing it in the other. That is on, for example, it was changed, this isn't even near you, but it's changing, you know, this pipe size to 18-inch where it was 15-inch before. And we made 2 of those changes. And that's it. Everything else on this plan is what was previously reviewed. You know, with regards to specifically to what you're looking at. I don't know if you care about pedestrian crossing signage and Centennial, but a lot of the communication, it was all planning stuff. It was traffic stuff. None of it had anything to do with your work. We made utility changes. None of this work was in your buffer zone, specifying, you know, they asked us to change the label from 22.5 degree coupling to 22.5 degree bend. That's the stuff we're talking about. So again, as I mentioned, the changes between what you had from earlier in February to today, very minor in nature. That's it. That's what I got.
With regard to the responses from DPS, so there were 6 or 7 comments relative to just changing some pipe sizes.
Yep.
And some spot grades.
Yep.
Is that on the plan that we're showing, that you're showing
yep.
us?
Yeah, I can show you that too. So the spot grades, it's the correct sheet. So he wasn't satisfied. We had just like 3 spot grades that said 146.3. So we just added a grade line. So it clearly depicts that there's a ridge here. And the concern from Will was just that during construction, he wanted to guarantee that he could fall back on that line. You can see that same grade line is on every detail. And it was a notational change. There was clarifications on that. See it here on the long basin grade line. That's what that is. But again, no changes to design. This was just, you know, again, notational clarification. The information was on the plan before.
Okay, and the pipe sizes, it looks like there's several pipes were increased. So the invert, the size in those pipes, resizing those pipes or increasing the size doesn't affect the design in terms of invert elevations.
No, so where it was, you see on this detail, it says 42-inch outlet.
Yeah.
So my engineers who are drawing the plan put it there. They put it here. They put it here. And they put it here. And then when we adjusted the design from the peer review, the pipe changed size. So they changed it here, and then they didn't change it in the other 3 spots.
Yeah.
That's what they're talking. It's okay. Like Scrivener's type stuff. All part of the design.
And then when all is said is done, when all was said and done, your basins will be a minimum of 24 inches above the seasonal high groundwater.
Correct.
And 36 inches above bedrock.
Correct.
Okay. And have you done the mounting analysis?
That's one of the conditions as well. That's another thing you want us to double check.
That gets done later, right?
It gets done later. Yep. So, and it was just on this basin here. This is the only one. It's a long, narrow basin, and I've never seen one that's long and narrow have any issues with mounting. With mounting, it usually comes into play when you have a square system because it all builds up from 4 directions. Mm-hmm. But that's what that would be part of the final bed, inspection.
So to the commission, it appears that they've met the requirements in doing what DPS and Will Politz had requested. It appears that most of those things are all been done or will be done. The things that I questioned earlier will be done. It's at some point. And the petitioner has all the confidence that they should be able to meet all the requirements to build a successful project.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Point of information, I'm not going to be voting on this matter because I did not have a chance to review the prior meeting. So that I think I need to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay.
Please
So,
do.
it sounds like we reviewed the entire plan tonight.
Yeah, it really, things, I mean, they've done everything that Will Pauls has requested. They've
Yeah.
answered my questions. And although I agree with the commission, we really need to be more forthwith with our policy of getting all the information in advance of these meetings is sufficient. You know, when all the information has to be there before and not to have the hearing, getting stuff late is hard for us. And we really need to, you know, stay to our policy. We're usually a little more lenient, and it makes it hard for all of us. It makes it hard for Lucia. It makes it hard for us to keep track of everything and review things over and over again. So anyways, I'm satisfied at this point. So I'm okay with moving forward.
Jared, Ann, did you want to go over the buffer zone enhancement area so that they can see that there was some very positive changes in the plans?
Sure, I can share, or Scott, are you pulling that up? I have one that has color on it. but-
Oh, yeah, why don't you do yours? Yeah. Sorry, boring engineer with the black and white.
I let him go for a while, but at some point I just gotta let him, you know. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is in the northwestern corner of the site. This is that large wetland A. So the green shading is an area where today there's either driveway, pavement, or there is landscaping and mulch in some places where I'm pointing with my cursor right now, almost right down to the edge of the wetland. Of course, we're pulling all that pavement out. We're actually reducing pavement in the buffer zone by just over an acre of pavement will come out of the buffer zone for this project. But in the area that's shaded in the green, this is specifically going to be buffer zone enhancement. You can see that a lot of it's on the backside of the basin that Scott was talking about before. And then we've selected a specific pollinator mix to seed that area with. And then these little red circles, those are the signs that Scott had talked about before. This orange line, this is the buffer zone to the wetland. So this is just shy of 20,000 square feet, basically a half an acre of buffer zone enhancement that we've incorporated into the project. And Scott shared this with you, I think, last time at the last hearing.
Yep, he did.
But yeah, we think it's a significant improvement along with the water quality improvement that comes with the stormwater and pulling the pavement back from the wetland coupled with this buffer zone seating. We really think it is a significant improvement over what is there today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry if I may. Sean Smith, RJ Kelly Company, 55 Camden Street, Burlington. I just want to mention to the commission that I greatly appreciate your time and hearing this tonight. There is, on projects of this size and this nature, of which many of us have been involved with over the years, You know, Scott's been at Peabody for what, 16 years. Scott, I know Ann, you know Ann well, but in other municipalities as well. It can seem like a lot more is going on just because of the requirements of communication and things like that. Scott communicated the changes to you that have happened sort of since that sort of February 25th date. But even prior to that February 25th date, the plans really have not significantly changed from that time frame. I can't put a percent on it, but you know, for what you have seen, if there is some concern remaining that perhaps you're feeling still uncomfortable, we do and will be required to have a pre-construction meeting where we revisit any sort of modifications through that construction document process. And I fully expect, and I would very much appreciate the Conservation Commission's involvement in that meeting. So if any sort of those minor type of things have happened through that process, we can show them to you then, and you will most certainly have opportunity to comment and influence the design at that point. So this point here today is abundantly critical to the project, and I'm not saying that to put pressure by any means on the commission. It's just an information point for you as you make your decision this evening. So again, thank you very much for hearing us. I know there's a lot on your plate, but I just wanted to say that for you.
Well, I appreciate the information that you shared tonight. And I understand and appreciate the improvements that you are making to the issues that you came up with, you know, showed up. Again, my only concern is that you cannot operate with 2 days notice. It's not fair to me or anybody else. You know, I would like to hear, I guess I want to hear a motion of some sort that makes the approval tonight dependent on pre-construction meetings coming up. Does that make sense?
Say that again. No.
I'd like the motion tonight, if we're going to do a motion tonight, to be dependent on pre-construction meetings coming up in the future.
Yeah.
I don't want to just sign off on this and never come back to it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think a lot of that, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of the responses to the comments through the peer review process involves testing and doing additional work at a later, at the time of when construction starts or just before construction, or sometime before construction. So we all agree about that. That's one of the things we nailed down tonight. There's some things that need to be done and testing that's still planned. The logistics of being able to get in there with a tenant, as it was explained to us. So I understand that. So yes, Nancy, I think your question, Stu, this is a fluid project. You know, this
it's just big too. It's a
everything.
big project.
Hopefully, everything goes smoothly, and
Yeah.
and you know, we're not backpedaling. But there's still more.
Well, again,
engineering
I think that we should be, if the motion is made tonight for the notice of intent, and it should be contingent upon, you know, what happens when they start breaking ground.
Yeah.
I don't want to sign off on this and not come back to it with the amount of work that has to be done.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
I think the order of conditions, in order of conditions, is going to include the peer review, their comments, the responses, and the anticipation of all the things we talked about tonight are going to be resolved or answered. So that's we already have that in black and white through.
I have not had a chance to look at the orders of conditions, and I know Lucia spent a lot of time working on it.
Yeah. No, I didn't. Well, I haven't reviewed all the orders of conditions, but everything short of the order that Lucia put together do not have to be, would not have to be all read tonight. That's something that can happen, you know, beginning tomorrow. And the idea is, are we good with the project? And the other thing is, you have to, I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that needs to speak on this before you decide to close the hearing.
I haven't closed the hearing, but
I'm saying before you do.
yeah, is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak on
I don't
this?
know.
I don't either. I don't see any hands raised. I see no hands raised at this point. Anybody that wants to speak in the audience? I don't hear anything, so do we want to close the hearing or do we want to continue it? That's the question.
I
I
would
think at
pose,
this point, like rip off the Band-Aid. We know that having an Amazon facility in Peabody is like dropping a giant dookie on the city. We just gotta suck it up and do it, you know, like, and then in future subsequent projects like this, we'll deal with it with a special meeting. But I think we've come to this, the point where we just gotta do it tonight.
I would make
That's my
a motion to close the public hearing.
Second? Do I hear a second for the motion to close the hearing?
Seconded.
Lucia, do we need a roll call, please?
Call, motion to close made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Commissioner Green. Roll call, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos. Actually, I think.
Not
you
vote.
said you're
No,
not
he can't
voting.
vote.
Commissioner Green
Yes.
and Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so it closes 4-1 with author not voting for legal reasons.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions. And Lucia so eloquently put it together, would be items 1 through 19, and then items 20 through, we have now 68 items, 1 through 68, and then including checklist C, which is stormwater management, items 1 and 2, checklist E, performance bond, checklist F, commercial projects administrative, items 1 and 2, checklist G, large commercial projects, erosion, sediment controls, item number 1, 2, 3, and 4, checklist H, large commercial projects for fueling and equipment storage, items 1, 2, and 3, checklist I, large commercial projects, drainage systems and roads, items 1, 2, 3, and 4. Checklist J, dewatering, items number 1. And then I would also like to add, bring forward the question we had at the last meeting relative to the O&M plan. And I don't think there was any issue with it from before, but I mean, it's fine with. I think it was a matter of because of the extent of the BMPs on this project, it was, where are my notes? I think it was relative to setting excuse me, I'll find it. A dollar amount that we put money into under the O&M plan for long term, that there'd be a budget provided to ensure that that's going to get done and maintained. And I think we brought this up last time. And I think snow storage, I think that was answered. I think the snow storage
Yes.
location was answered. That's it. All right,
Can I ask one question?
sure.
Does the order conditions include the 5-year, the special condition paragraph about issuing a 5-year permit?
Okay, we didn't talk about that yet. I think DEP allows us to go for 3 years. I don't know if we can do 5 years, but I don't see why there would be an issue with, if it goes beyond 3, that we can't extend it. So I don't know why we're asked for 5 years now when we know we can just extend it. And I'm not sure, can we even go more than 3 years? I don't know the answer to that.
Can I answer that, Chairman?
Yes.
You can, there's a clause in the Wetlands Protection Act that if we give you a reason and you include a special condition, including that reason, and order conditions can be issued for 5 years. The letter that I had written back on, hold on, I got it right here, February 3rd, I included a suggested special condition. And the reason why we need the 5 years is because Analogic needs time to move out. Then once they move out, we need time to tear down the building, and then you start construction. And that very well could span more than the 3-year time. And for a project like this, the assurance of having the 5-year permit versus relying on someone granting an extension in the future when you know it's likely to take that much time, we would prefer to have just the issuance of the 5-year permit. And in that letter I had written, I put together a suggested special condition since it was something special that we were asking for.
Okay. I guess I'd be okay with that.
What about all this in Will Paltz's letter? The Department of Public Services respectfully requests that any decision issued by the Conservation Commission for this project to reflect the following additional conditions, and then there's like a list of 12.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I think Will Paltz's March 3rd response to comments that letter and his comments from the department, there's many of them, need to be included as part of the order of conditions, because a lot of the further additional testing that's going to be conducted once we leave here tonight, that's all stated in both the letter from Will Politz and also the peer review from Horsley Witten. They have a bunch of things also that requires additional testing. So yes, we need to include those two, Lucia.
On the, I know you guys didn't have time to read it. It was like 4 pages, I think, of conditions I sent over. And
yes,
it's labeled, at one point it says DPS conditions, and then I labeled his 12 conditions. And then just while I'm talking, I was jotting down some stuff when you guys were having your conversation. You might also want to consider adding, I think someone said they wanted project updates once the work started. I don't think that's a condition right now. So you might want to consider adding a condition of a pre-construction meeting and project updates, every 3 months. I wouldn't say monthly, because otherwise it's going to be bombarding me with emails. And then you did, one of the conditions right now of my proposed conditions is a performance bond for just the buffer zone enhancement area, because I assumed that other departments were going to have bonds for the larger stormwater. I might be mistaken on that. So if you guys do want to have a performance bond held specifically for the commission, and the applicant is willing to do that, we should talk about price. I would say, from my point of view, the money would be for that buffer zone enhancement, so that we can make sure that that actually gets done. And at the end of this, we're not like, oh, we don't have enough money, we're not going to do that. So I would just consider adding those maybe 2 conditions. And then if you're going to collect money, or if you're not, I mean, it's really up to you guys.
Well, we
but
wanted to
Will
make sure
Pollitt's
we,
conditions were included. And again, I know you guys didn't. Will or Stu said he didn't even have time to read them. So I just finished them yesterday,
Yeah.
so I understand.
I think I did mention about having a dollar amount for an O&M plan budget. You know, so
Do we want a performance bond to make sure that all of the buffer zones are done, as well as an O&M, maintenance plan?
yes.
And there's 2 things to go ahead, Scott.
I was going to say, Mr. Chair, one of Mr. Pollitt's conditions is that we're required to provide an O&M plan and commit to submitting the package, the annual inspections in perpetuity back to the commission. So he did have some language in the special conditions that he wrote up that covers that. So the O&M would come with the request for certificate of compliance. That's when we would provide that with usually that's going to come with a maintenance contract along with it. So the cost is there.
That's fine, but my experience has been that every developer that presents a O&M plan with checklists and everything else, if the owner of the property doesn't do it, we're stuck. We can go back and make them do it, but it's like, if we get a bond or something to draw down on, then.
And I think that's why we wanted a budget in there to cover that maintenance.
Yeah.
Because, 10 years down the road, it's all of a sudden, we have so many of these projects where things aren't being done and we can't keep track of them all, but I think
that makes perfect sense. I think I would the condition regarding submitting the final O&M with as part of the certificate of compliance, I would add on to that they got to submit the O&M performance. Effectively, it sounds like a bond. It's an escrow to ensure that you can go in and do that.
Yeah, it should be an escrow or it should be a bond, and along with that should be the permission for us to go on their property, to fix whatever needs to get fixed if they're not doing it.
Is that okay?
Is that okay?
I can't see any reason. I can't see a reason why not.
I mean, we're all looking at getting this done right and getting it maintained forever. And I just need the money to do it. That's all.
Yeah, I think that, given that the commission's worked with us tonight, we'll agree to that.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
Do you want to add those conditions to your list there, Lucia?
You guys just talked about a performance bond. I'm just completely confused because one of the conditions that's already in there is about a performance bond for work, but then we're also talking about an O&M plan with a budget, but we're not going to know that. I mean, in 5 years from now, the budget's going to be completely different than what it is tonight. So would that be part of, would we tweak? Well, I'm just going to go ahead and share the conditions.
Mm-hmm.
So these are, I think, this is Will's number 66 right here. This was his, see right here, I added DPS engineering. These are just 50 to 56 are Concom. So are you going to add in here that we want a budget as well?
Yeah.
All right, with like, when do we want that? When this is at the time of requesting a certificate of compliance, correct?
Yeah, they at that time, they could present a budget.
Yep. We would have no way of getting that budget to you until all the infrastructure is in place, and we have to bring in a contractor.
Right.
It's not anything we can do at this point.
Yeah. So
reliably.
Right. So that would be determined at that time.
All right. So I will revise that the O and M, it'll say something that the budget will come to us. I'll figure out the wording. But basically you want the budget when they submit the certificate of compliance request, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then this is the one that I'm referring to is checklist E. That you did read, and I did put it on here. I was thinking that the money would be for the buffer zone area, but I mean, if it's, I'm not really sure if other departments are collecting other bonds or could Scott or Ann answer that, or other departments requesting any sort of
Yeah,
performance
normally
bonds?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I know normally performance of parent bonds are relative to, you know, projects with communities, you know, roadway work, so far as school, you know, town, city or town property that they need to get that work done. Otherwise, someone else has to do it. This is private, but I think it's acceptable to them. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, we're amenable to this one.
Okay.
Absolutely. And this is regards to the buffer zone restoration work.
Yeah.
What do we think the dollar amount would be? Because I'm gonna have to put that in the conditions.
I think Lucia and I had talked about a $20,000 bond.
That sounds good.
That should be sufficient.
The
Yeah.
applicant's okay with the $20,000 bond.
All right, so I just have a couple things changed. Number 66 would get changed. The amount of the bond would be 20,000 for the buffer zone enhancement area. And then did you guys want to add a pre-construction meeting and project project updates, like quarterly or something?
Yeah.
Once project starts?
Yeah, quarterly would be good.
The applicant's okay with that, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I believe on Monday, we discussed no less than 30 days prior to breaking ground, a pre-con would occur, so.
Yes, you are gonna have them with other departments, so I'll just join that. And if
Yeah,
any
yeah,
members wanna
that's
join.
the one I mentioned earlier to the commission, that most definitely we would want you involved in that.
All right, and I guess the last bit is if everyone is okay with the 5-year issuance of an order of conditions.
Yeah, based on Ann's explanation, I guess it seems okay, and Mass DEP says you can do it, so I'm okay with it.
Lucia, do you need me to send you that language in a Word doc?
I think I already have it, but 'cause I think you sent it back in February, and
Okay.
I definitely looked it up after we got off the phone, so I think we're okay.
Okay.
But if you have it like easily and you just want, I can just throw it in the file, so if something happens.
Oh, no, I meant to stick into the special condition, the written condition that goes into the permit.
Oh yeah, I already got it from you yesterday. I
Okay.
did, it's at the top of it. I can share again. Wait. Oh, you can't. Yeah, so for right now, I just put it up at the top here.
Perfect. Thank you very
Until
much.
we figure it out, like when I get to it, I'll get back going. All right,
Perfect.
so I
Thank
guess we
you.
need a motion. That motion was started and then there was a very long discussion. So Mike, you started it.
Right. Could I add in a couple things or
Sure.
suggest to keep the owner has to keep the wetlands free of debris? And then biweekly power sweeping vacuum with the of the giant parking lot area, paved area.
Every 2 weeks.
Could you be a little more specific with that one? That one, actually may be difficult. We've not, we've engineered everything to not require any sweeping. Because it's the treatment occurs within the structures and the systems we put into place. Because you got to imagine there's vehicles on the lot 24 hours a day.
So the vehicles aren't going to leave off any particulate matter, like the vehicular traffic that's now going to be coming in and out of the city of Peabody is like ridiculous. And I mean, people always already complaining like about how it is now, people lived here 60 years are saying, for the first time, I'm cleaning black soot off my thing. And now we're adding in this facility. And, I think it's important there's a lot of debris that comes off vehicles. And I know you have a lot of vehicles there, but is there some way we can figure something out? Because that's a lot of pollution.
We, with respect to the debris, one of the big ones can be snow tracking. We did add in, none of this is in the buffer zone, but Will required a snow scraper to be put in, which is going to take the snow off the tops of the vans and keep all that on site. What I might suggest is where we're already talking about submitting an O&M plan is maybe add onto that condition specifically that we're going to look at the sweeping maintenance as part of that and provide that recommendation, because again, it's a tough thing to, with the crystal ball, right? Bi-weekly, I know would be extremely difficult to do, and again, the systems we have in place on the site for anything that is running off of this property, it's all intended and designed to get into the system, and that's where we do our work. Because we have found that over the years that street sweeping, we can't rely on that. It's hard. So we try to just make it so that no matter what, the work is being done.
So Scott, not just for my benefit, and not many is as many words, whether you're cleaning it off the street or cleaning it out of the catch basin, you're cleaning it and removing it and taking it to an approved disposal place, right?
Whatever you say, that's not how it's going to be, but whatever you say.
Is this property going to be, will we see street sweepers on the parking lots at all?
Yeah, you absolutely will. I mean, there's always, you have times of the year you absolutely have to get and clean that up. And Mass DEP makes recommendations for the frequency of it depending on how you engineer the system. We did not rely upon any of the street sweeping credit in the design. So, if we had worked in and said, oh, well, we need street sweeping to get to a certain treatment threshold for the stormwater system, I said, absolutely. We engineered around that. We didn't bother putting that in, again, to
storm and like dry particulate matter on two totally different ends of the spectrum. It's power, like power sweeping, and your catch basins when it rains and the pollutants going in when it rains is two totally different things. I mean, these vehicles are going to be kicking up a lot of stuff. Just what comes off their tires alone.
Yeah.
But
could we again, I'd maybe suggest that we add that into that condition regarding the final O&M, because we have to come back with that anyways once the facility's online, and we'll just have a better idea, and we can actually engage with street sweeping contractors at that point in time and figure out what they would need to do to keep the particulate in control on the site. Again, I'm wary of putting a frequency or timing on it, only because we would like to have that contract in place.
So ultimately, I think applicant is amenable to a condition including street sweeping as part of the O&M plan, Amanda, through the chair, excuse me. I just, like I said, we need to take that back and find out how to integrate that to the operations with the ultimate client. So
you're recommending we put that in the O&M plan rather than as a order condition?
as yeah, it's where, I mean, I'm an engineer myself. That was my baseline, and that's honestly where we've always placed it. Is
well, it makes sense. The issue becomes when you get to the O&M, if the maintenance isn't done, who does it? And you're going to be gone. LEC will be long gone when they start driving their trucks over the pavement.
So that the condition we're talking about with the O&M is what would survive in perpetuity with the certificate of compliance. That's
right.
The intent here. So that is always there, that mechanism, and where we're talking about having basically a fund set aside that you can pull the trigger. You say, hey, we haven't gotten a report in 2 years. What's going on? We're going to pull that trigger. We're going to notify them. It's always there. I mean, I have confidence. Times are changing. EPA, we're very, very focused on this right now. Everywhere, every community, statewide, federally. Times are changing.
The problem here, and I think Sudi mentioned it briefly when she spoke, the population density is increased and the air quality in general has decreased. So we have to figure out some way to reduce the particulates that are in the air. If it's sweeping every 2 weeks, it's sweeping every 2 weeks. I think we should look at it when we submit the O&M. I agree with you. We put in a bond to cover it.
Yeah.
Okay. I agree with that.
And Mr. Chair, that also ensures, given the O&M will be on site and the NOI and order conditions may not necessarily be on site, that also ensures that it is there for the ultimate user.
Typically, when I do an O&M, I want to see someone's name, phone number, contact when stuff is in trouble. We have somebody to call.
Yep.
And not that the Concom will call them, but the city can call them and say, hey, fix it, or pay us to take care of it. So that's, yeah, I'm okay. I'm happy with that.
And if I may, does the city have a regular street sweeping program? Is there a frequency that they employ, or?
They do. I don't know what the frequency is, but I know they have street sweepers. I don't know if they do private lots. Okay.
Oh, understood. We wouldn't ask them to do our lot. I think we'd find a third party. I'm just seeking sort of expectations. That's all. Something that is
Above and beyond what the city, whatever the city does, more than what the city does. But yes, they do it. They do have a street sweeping plan. They use a different method than I'm suggesting with you guys. I'm suggesting the vacuum power sweeper. It's and everything. Yeah, I mean, you can solicit the city for advice on what they use, but I'm suggesting they go above and beyond that. It's not a municipal, it's a private business.
Right. I would put in the O&M, and I agree, vacuuming is probably better than sweeping.
Okay, so.
But yeah, as far as that goes, putting it in the part of the O&M is fine.
Okay. Did you want to continue, Mike?
Yeah, through the chair, are you guys requesting a revised O&M plan then?
I haven't seen the original. Yes.
Well, that O&M, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, would come at the end of the project and would be revised according to the final development. So I think the condition as written may be satisfactory without revising a current O&M at this point. But, it's an easy thing to add if the commission so desires right now.
Yeah. I have one more question. It's probably too early to ask, but is there a maintenance plan that will be put together during construction? So
Yeah, 100%. You have a draft of it in the package. And this project will fall under the EPA Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan requirements under the construction general permit, as well as all the city conditions. So you have conditions, DPS has conditions, probably through the planning board decision on their construction review. And then through that program, you're really talking about, it's minimum weekly oversight, but daily. So that's all commonplace these days. We've been doing this for 16 years or so under various iterations of the CGP.
I mean, what I've seen is the city of Peabody has built out extensively in West Peabody. And when that construction takes place, the debris and the dust and the dirt winds up going into the ponds and lakes. And here's the situation.
Yeah, we work very hard on our stuff anyways. I don't know, Ann.
I know there's
pretty miraculous stuff.
All right. I'm not going to belabor the point.
Yep, understood.
So what is the motion for now?
Well, it's already been made and we listed, we went through the list. So I think it's a matter of, I guess, a roll call, right, Lucia?
So you guys do not, Amanda, either you guys don't want the vacuum sweeper. There should have been an O&M plan submitted already that was ready for review. So either they're not going to add the street sweeping. I'm just a little confused as to, like, Amanda asked for it. Does everyone agree with it? I feel like I've never seen a property this large not having street sweeping.
It's in there. It's in the O&M. What we're talking about is the frequency, and what we're suggesting is we have to present the final O&M to you anyways with the COC, and you guys get a chance to review that, vet it, make sure you're comfortable with it before you sign off on this project for occupancy.
So the street sweep, what's the frequency right now, and what's the type of, what kind of truck are you using?
It depends on the type.
Because I mean, that's going to be made part of the order of conditions. It's one of my conditions. So whatever you guys submitted, that's the one that they're kind of approving tonight. And then the one for the certificate of compliance would be approving, where is that condition? Adding the budget to it, and then whatever else. So I feel like if we wait 5 years to add Amanda's condition, it's definitely not getting on there, because I don't think Amanda's going to still be here, and I might not be here. I mean, who knows? Half of the people on here right now might not be here.
Yeah, that's why I was suggesting put specific language in that O&M condition that's already there, and just say applicant will also provide a street sweeping, whatever contract or budget or whatever that is as part of that. So it's not just, street sweeping is part of the O&M. So that's all going to be on there. But if you want to call specific attention to it, put the language in there, call it right out.
So right now there is street sweeping in the O&M, because I thought I heard you say that you made it so there wasn't, because I was just like, wow.
There's multiple types depending on the type of sweeper, and that's what we need to, when it's built and they get their maintenance contractor in place, part of that is the street sweeping. You're going to see that information. Every time I've ordered a street sweeper to come out to take care of my building or whatever, they tell me what type it is and how much it is per hour.
All right, so we could add a condition: O&M sweeper, the street sweeper type can be revised in the O&M. The type and the frequency will be decided at, what was that you said?
As part of the final operation and maintenance plan.
So we could add, if you guys wanted to add that as a condition.
Please.
I mean, I can keep it on where I write O&M, and then, like, in parentheses, I can write, sweeper type and frequency will be decided with the final operation and maintenance plan and through the certificate of compliance.
Perfect.
That's perfect.
Perfect. Thank you.
Amanda, is that okay with you?
Sounds good, Lucia. Thank you.
All right, so that motion was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo. Do we have a second?
Somebody?
Second. Seconded. I seconded.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call though, and I'm not gonna be including Arthur because we already know he's not voting. Okay, Chairman Lazaris,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes?
Commissioner Green. Amanda, unmute.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Can you hear me?
Yep, now I did.
Yes.
All right, so it passes 4-1 with Arthur not voting because he was absent last month. All right.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you
Greatly
very
appreciate
much,
it.
guys. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you for pushing through. Appreciate it.
Yep.
See you soon.
Okay.
And number 9. I think this has been, yes, for a continuance on this one. Lucia?
Address, oh yeah, 10 and 12 Monroe have asked respectively for a continuance.
Okay, do we have to read it?
I think if you just say items
Items 9 and 10 have been,
yeah,
will be
10 and 12
continued.
Monroe.
10 and 12 Monroe will be continued till next month.
Yeah,
No?
I would say the specific April 13th.
Okay, April 13th. You don't need a motion for that.
Yes, you need to make a motion.
Oh, okay. I need a motion to continue items 9 and 10 until April 13th, please.
Motion. So moved.
Seconded.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call, and I heard Rita and Amanda at the same time, so I'm just gonna put Rita down, just to change up the minutes a little bit and get her name in there.
Sure.
So roll call, Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so if anyone is here for 10 and 12 Monroe Street, I am so sorry if you waited around all this time to hear that it's getting continued, but it will be heard April 13th.
Item 11. I'm gonna read this just so it's in the record. Continued public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by William Manuel Wetlands and Land Management, Inc. for Regency Realty Trust, Alfred Mambro, trustee. The proposed project is the construction of 2 buildings and site improvements, paving, utilities, etc., in the riverfront to the North River. The property is known as 1113 Wallace Street, map 85, lot 41A in Peabody. My notes here say that the March 3rd paperwork was submitted by hand. And there's still a ton of things to address. Do we open a public hearing or not?
Oh, you're talking 11 to 13 Wallace Street, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, if there's the applicant or the applicant's representative is in the audience, if they could raise their hand to be promoted to a panelist. You guys actually continued this until today, asking them to come back tonight
Right.
with some paperwork, and they did submit paperwork, but it was paperwork from like 2 years ago. or from a year and a half ago. It was basically the same paperwork that was submitted in the original NOI filing. So I don't see anyone in the audience. I thought I saw someone and I tried to promote them to panelists, but they're refusing.
Mhm.
I did promote someone named Phil. I'm assuming that's Attorney Phil Durkin, but I don't know. But you guys did ask, this was the one, so this, just a little refresher. They were at the April 2021 hearing. DEP chimed in and said that they needed a cut and fill chart. There was so many issues with the filing, and they asked for all this paperwork. The paperwork just came in 2 weeks ago, and it is the same paperwork that was filed with the NOI. So it's still definitely not, like, nothing has changed from
But
my standpoint.
We can deny the project in accordance with Wetland Protection Act. And they'd have to start over.
I mean, if you got, I mean, at this point, it's been on the agenda for approximately 1 year.
Yeah.
Come April, it will be over a year. And we've been asking for paperwork for a year. And the paperwork I did receive, although it was very timely, I got it 2 weeks before the hearing. It was, I can share it with you. I think this is Attorney Phil Durkin. I'm not sure if you guys want to talk to him, and I will share my screen. Just bear with me.
Oh,
with
I see,
my-
Phil, okay.
I'm getting some water. I'll be back.
So this is what I'm talking about. This was submitted, it's dated last year, and these are the comments to DEP. But DEP didn't receive them until I received them. I forwarded them to Danielle, the reviewer, and she said she never saw them. And all of this paperwork, I'm pretty sure this might be new paperwork, but it might also have been what this particular piece, I'm not 100% sure, but I can say all of this, like right here, this is from the original order of conditions. So they just pulled out the same paperwork that DEP was questioning and resent it. So I'm just a little confused. I think that we need a peer reviewer at this point.
Yeah, they're supposed to put money in for that. They haven't done any of that.
Correct.
I would entertain a motion to,
Well, before you do anything, can you ask if the attorney's in the audience, or if someone is in the audience, can they please raise their hand? Because you guys specifically
we asked for
gave them
somebody
a
to be,
continuance until tonight and
Yeah.
said that someone better come and talk tonight. And you guys were expecting revised plans and revised calculations. And I don't see anyone raising their hand, so I'm not really sure. You can either deny it or continue it again.
Well, how about if we continue it with a caveat that come next month, if we don't hear from them, or you don't receive information that we've asked, and they don't have an account set up for peer review, and to answer and be able to respond to DEP comments, the technical comments from DEP, we will definitely motion to deny this project.
Is there a representative in the audience out there? Anybody? Is there a complete no-show?
That's what it looks like. I mean, I promoted someone named Phil. Sorry, Phil, if that's not Attorney Durkin. And then they put themselves back into the attendees. So it must be some random person named Phil who's here for something else. But Attorney Durkin told me he was going to be here. He said that Chris Mello would not be here and Bill Manuel would not be here. So yeah, I would, instead of just talking about it, we might as well just continue it because apparently no one's here.
Okay.
All right, as a last chance opportunity.
Yeah, and honestly, at this point, you guys, I would say come April, if they come back with the same regurgitated information from a year ago and they still don't have a new plan and they still haven't put money in a peer review, I think that you should definitely deny it and have them refile, because at this point, I already know when the peer reviewer is going to say. They're going to say exactly what DEP already said. They're going to say this, you can't build this here.
The motion also state that the paperwork and the money be available no later than March 30 for the next meeting. It gives us 2 weeks to look at it.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna, I feel like they think that they do not need to change their plans. Okay, so now this person, Phil, is raising his hand, so I'm gonna go ahead and promote him again to panelist.
Okay.
I think some mice are reading the wires.
Something. I don't see Phil up there at all. Oh, there he is.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know what happened with the screen. I've been here all night. I was waiting patiently for the previous matter to end, and I'm going crazy trying to get your attention. I apologize. I do Zoom with courts, but it's a little different than the Zoom. I haven't been before you, this board, for some time. I've been in the background, so I apologize very much. I am the attorney for Al DeMambro and Regency.
Did you state your name and address?
Certainly. Philip T. Durkin. I'm the attorney. I practice law at 7 Essex Green Drive, Peabody, Massachusetts. And I've been working with the city and community development with regard to their Riverwalk and as it affects our adjoining parcel. And we've met several times and we believe we're close to an agreement. But that delayed us over the course of several continuances on following through with the commission. So I apologize for that. And I know Bill Manuel has been our front guy. I've been in the background when he's appeared before you. So you probably didn't see me, but I was there. So again, I apologize for that. Thankfully, I didn't get cut off too much because we certainly want to move forward. Here's the deal. Lucia sent me an email regarding peer review. We finally agreed to do peer review. Originally, my engineers didn't think we required that. And I've sent back a reply that we're going to meet with Bob Langley shortly to go over the scope of the peer review and what it entails. At this time, I don't know if the city's going to require a peer review for their Riverwalk and whether that ties into any peer review we do with Mr. Langley, I don't know. So I just don't know about that. Regarding DEP comments, Chris Mello did provide me with a set of comments, and I heard what Lucia said, that those comments does not satisfy DEP. They were drafted last spring and they were, I don't think originally submitted because we held back on that because the comments may require some certain changes relative to what we were doing with the city. Since then, I submitted them to Lucia. She commented on them, and I'm not clear on what you said, Lucia, whether they eventually got to DEP or not. So whatever we have to do with that, we will do. We want to move forward with this project. So we're not delaying any further with this, regardless of any final agreements that come with the city. And that's what I have to say about that. And we haven't done a site review. We want to do a formal site review. I know we were supposed to do one in December. Then we had a snowstorm. Then certain people weren't available. Then January and February came. And I guess for now I'm looking out my window from my office and I've got about 3 inches of snow, but I don't think that will last too long. So I'd like to schedule a formal site review with the commissioners whenever at your convenience. And, but again, we want to move forward with this, and I will be contacting with my engineers, Bob Langley, to go ahead with the peer review. And whatever we recognize as an expense with that, my engineers didn't know that that was necessary, but we're gonna go ahead with that and move forward with the completing the permit process. So that's what I have to say, but I've been in the background. I've been the one meeting with the city and the mayor's office and community development. We're trying to help the city with their river walk. We've had meetings with the city. Then we didn't have plans resubmitted, back and forth, and then, you know, meet for 2 or 3 months. And then we come before the commission, your commission, and we don't have the information that's required because of the delays on mutual delays on the part between the city and us. But this is the spring. This is now 2022. The petition has been before this board for many months. And again, I apologize for that, but there was certain logistical issues and issues with the city that we felt were very important that may have affected our petition and what we need to do with our project. So,
Through the chair, can I ask what was the last meeting, the date of the last meeting you had with the city?
the last, it was actually, you would ask me that, physically,
Yeah.
physically was probably sometime in the fall. I've been dealing with Brendan Callahan, who would take the revised plan we had, go back, meet with his people, come back, present it to us. We would meet again. I think we did have a meeting with Brendan and the head of that department in the fall. But the last time I physically met with the mayor was probably in the summertime, late summer. And
So in the fall, you mean like in September or?
I believe with the mayor, it might have been earlier than that. I'm trying to recall.
With someone from community development?
I've been in direct contact with Brendan, yes. We met in the early fall, and then I've had phone conversations and back and forth with Brendan. We meet with his people, get back to us on changes to whatever we're proposing, what they're proposing, and resubmit it back. But we haven't met with the mayor. At this point, I think we have an agreement subject to a couple of conditions having to be met. And that's where we stand. But regardless of that, we want to move forward with ComCon and not delay any further on this process.
Well, you realize September was about 6 months ago.
I certainly do. and I recognize that completely. And
so do you have another scheduled meeting with the city? Anyone from the city?
I'm not so sure we'll need one. I think we're between community development and us will be able to come to a resolution, and hopefully the city solicitor and myself will draft up whatever we need to draft up.
This is regarding.
That's an aside, but
Bill,
that delayed us coming back before the Conservation Committee.
Phil, you're talking about the land for the Riverwalk.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Not this piece of property.
That's right. That's part of our property is somewhat is attached to that. And if we come to some sort of, I can't go into details obviously at this point, but if we come to some agreement, it will assist the city with the Riverwalk. And I think that's in everybody's best interest, including my Regency, to get that resolved.
But this property is not adjacent to the Riverwalk, is it?
Yes, our property is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. That parcel right behind the post office.
Yeah.
That the Riverwalk there, the proposed Riverwalk that they need to complete that process.
Okay.
And I can tell you, we've had many discussions and exchanged plans, revised plans, etc., over the past year. So what we like to do in talking to Lucia. And the other item Lucia has is a logistical one. He asked me if I could have, where was it? She asked for a document that was prepared back in 2002. And she asked if we could provide a copy of that. Unfortunately, with regard to that, that document, we have to get ahead of the geotechnical services who has moved, and looking for that document that was prepared back in April 7th, 2021, I believe, excuse me, back in 2002, the geotechnical phase 1 that was prepared. It is a 300-page document. And what we're going to have to do is somehow get that copied and electrically inserted in the computer so that we can be able to, as an attachment, get that to Lucia. And that's going to take a little process because that type of work did not exist back in 2002 when that was prepared. So Lucia asked me that we got to do that, we can't just send a copy, and I understand that. So we're going to have to work on getting that 300-page document that was prepared for this site regarding environmental issues, somehow transferred into an into a attachment so that it can be electronically sent over to the commission. That was the other item that was requested.
So are we ready? Is there anything to move forward on tonight? It seems
No,
like
the only thing we would move forward
you want a
on.
continuance. Is that why, would that be are you requesting continuance of this
I'm
matter?
requesting a continuance on the basis of what I just stated. We're going to go ahead with peer review with Mr. Langley. I'm going to try to get this document that Lucia is requesting somehow prepared so that we can get it over to her. This concerns the flood storage calculations submitted with the original NOI. Couple letter from Geotechnical Phase 1 dated 12/19/2002. She wants that full report. And obviously, in order to get that full report, we're going to have to somehow take the book that Mr. DeMambo has, copied it, get it into the computer, and make it an attachment to get to Lucia.
Well, I would move to continue this until the April meeting. Was it April 13th?
Yeah.
Saying that he wanted to give them a deadline to submit the check for peer review, though. Do you guys, I'm not sure if Stu is still on or if he stepped away for a moment. Do you want to have that money by the 30th, like he said there he is, or by, the week before the April hearing, to show that they're actually serious about this peer review? And because again, next month will be 1 year that they're on the agenda with absolutely no movement.
If they give it to us on the 30th, it's 2 weeks before the hearing, before the 13th.
Are we talking about funding for the peer review?
Need to supply.
I feel that, and Attorney Durkin, please correct me if I'm wrong. I feel that Clayton Moore and Chris Mello, the engineer that works with Chris Mello, the surveyor, I believe they think that their plan does not need to change. So I don't think that they are going to be revising plans until the peer review says that they need to. Would that be a correct statement, Attorney Durkin? Or are
I
they
don't wanna
working on
speak-
revised plans?
Yeah, I would say that that's probably accurate as I understand it, but I'm not 100% sure. Nevertheless, peer review will certainly, and I'm not the engineer, will certainly require changes to that plan. So I don't think it'd be premature for us to do anything with the plan till the peer review process is completed, as I understand it.
So through the chair, then, and my question would be, based on the comments from DPS that we now have in hand, and the comments received from DEP, you do not, you best understand that you don't plan on making any changes with regard to those comments until such time as it's in the hands of a peer reviewer.
I'll have to address that with Eastern Land Survey. I don't have sufficient information to answer that question tonight, and I don't want to speak for my engineers. I know
All right,
Bill
well-
Manuel and Eastern Land Survey were not available tonight. Mr. Manuel just came back. He was out of town. And Eastern Land Survey was before a couple other communities, as I understand it tonight. So I can't comment 100% on whether changes will be made to the plan before that or until after the peer review. I will certainly talk to Eastern Land Survey and immediately speak with Lucia regarding that.
Let me offer this. I would like you or somebody from Mr. DeMambro's representatives to come back to us no later than the end of March and tell us what your plan, what you plan to do to change what needs to be changed. If it's the plan is not to do anything until after a peer review, or you're aware of it, or whatever, but let us know what your thoughts are. Because right now, we're stuck. Nothing's
Okay.
moving forward.
I can get that response to Lucia,
Okay.
if that works for you, without actually coming back before the end of March. I can get that response to Lucia.
Get it to
right
Lucia,
away.
but get it to Lucia, and I think there's a check that's required. We're still waiting for a check for something on this one.
I think Lucia indicated because a year has gone by, you need another $500 payment.
Bring that with too.
We'll take care of that immediately.
There's been no money for the peer review, but now that it's been a year, the consultant that the city has chosen has raised the fee $500. So it was
So-
6,000, now it's 6,500 for the peer review.
So
That's
that's what
something
you-
that you got to talk to Bob Langley about, though. The money, all that's going through Bob Langley. The reason why I feel my hypothesis is that Chris Mello is not changing, and he doesn't think he needs to change plans because based on the paperwork that he submitted 2 weeks ago, it's the original calculations from the original NOI. And then there's, I think, his take on a cut and fill chart. I don't think it's an actual cut and fill chart though. So I just feel that he doesn't, I believe from what I received, he is not planning on changing his plans. But I would definitely like you to double check that with him, because I feel like if he was going to change his plans, we would have received them 2 weeks ago. Because that's what I was asking for. But I got
Okay.
that response to DEP, which is fine, because we just wanted a response to DEP's comments, but I don't think that those comments are sufficient.
So
Okay, I understand. And I will address those issues with both engineers forthwith.
Good.
All right,
So
so
we
are you
get-
guys basically continuing this, and are you putting a date that they have to submit that as, like, I'm just assuming we're not getting any revised paperwork The only thing that we're getting is a check that's going to Bob Langley. And are you guys gonna give them a deadline, or are we just gonna wait until April and see what happens at the April meeting?
I'm looking for whatever paperwork, including a check, to show up in your office by March 30. And admittedly, the check has to go down the hall to Bob, but that's okay. I want to know that it's achieved by March 30 so we can move forward in April.
So that check is made payable to Bob Langley?
Personally.
BOBLAN.
I know Bob very well.
We still have three items that haven't even been heard yet, and
I
they're
know.
all commercial, so we gotta move on.
Okay, no, I'm saying I'd like a motion to continue then.
Motion to continue.
With the stipulation that we receive all the requested information by March 30.
Thank you.
So that motion
So
was
moved.
made by Mike Rizzo, seconded by
Second.
Arthur. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so 5-0, it continued until April 13th. And Phil, if you can please drop off a check by March 30th and any paperwork that Eastern Land Survey revises, that would be great.
Thank you very much. I will certainly be immediately contacting with you, Lucia. I will get a check and I will follow up with Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Item
Take care.
12.
You too.
Item 12, moving on. Public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Ty and Bond, Inc., Melissa Cody for Peabody Montefiore Associates, Inc., Stephen Maloney, applicant, and the City of Municipal Landfill owner. Project involves phase 1, phase 2 of the landfill closure of the Peabody Montefiore ash. The proposed work includes grading in the existing surface, including filling with on-site materials or importing approved materials as necessary to obtain the proposed subgrade for the cover system, formerly known, the property is known as 0 Forest Street / 40 Farm Ave, map 69 to 79, lots 005 to 002 in Peabody, Mass. I don't think there's any comments here, but could use a motion.
Somebody from the town going to present the project? Yep.
Waiting.
Good evening, Melissa Cody from Ty and Bond on behalf of Peabody Montefiore Associates, which is a Covanta company. If the commission pleases, I'd like to share my screen. Thanks. So as the commission noted, this is a notice of intent filed under the City of Peabody Wetlands Ordinance, Chapter 32, for the Peabody Ash Montefiore Phase 1 and 2 closure. Also in attendance at this evening's meeting is Jacqueline Kachichi, who is the project manager, as well as an engineer, and Dennis Moran, the project engineer for this. So they are available to respond to any discussion points the commission may have raised. So this is landfill closure activities located between Forest Street and Route 1. The goal is to construct a final cover system to close these two areas of the landfill. And a portion of the activities include grading to address stormwater runoff, regrading and modifying the location of one stormwater detention basin, and complying with the state stormwater management standards, as well as the Massachusetts solid waste regulations. Of the project that's proposed, approximately 1,100 square feet will occur within the 100-foot buffer zone to isolated land subject to flooding. None of the work that is proposed will occur within the limits of that wetland resource area. And particularly no work will occur within any area subject to the Wetlands Protection Act proper. Oops. The design also includes standard erosion control measures and other best management practices to minimize impacts to the adjacent resource area. And the commission may recall 10 or so years ago, there was another filing relative to work in the buffer zone of this ILSF. It's at the eastern extent of the site, and the limit of the ILSF is at elevation 173. And that's an area, an elevation that's set by a standpipe. So there's no natural channel. This is an isolated basin, and that standpipe was constructed to discharge to the SESD collection system. Additionally, under Chapter 32, this ILSF can also qualify as an isolated wetland. There is vegetation within it at times, and it's not always holding standing water. So here's an aerial view to help folks orient themselves. If you can see my cursor, you can see clearly the access from 40 Farm Avenue. This area down here is phase 1. This area on the north is phase 2. And highlighted in pink is the limit of isolated land subject to flooding. That's the 173-foot contour. And then we're also showing the 100-foot buffer under Chapter 32. So as you can see, where the work is proposed is essentially monofill / landfill. And this is the drawings that the commission was provided with the application. The sheet shows existing conditions. Again, that the portion of the ILSF contour or elevation is highlighted in yellow with the 100-foot buffer zone shown here. You can make out the existing access road, and you can see labeled here phases 1 and 2. And this is the proposed grading final conditions plan. And these arrows indicate direction of stormwater diversion berm, the direction they will divert the stormwater flows. Detention basin number 3, which is not in buffer zone, but is called out here, will be regraded. It's an existing detention basin. They're just going to modify the grading of that. Detention basin number 2 is also an existing basin. It's going to be shifted so that it is closer to the landfill to accommodate the access improvements that will connect to an existing access road. And then there will be stormwater overflow discharges constructed from that detention basin and the regraded landfill. Typical details, in particular, this is a typical cross section of the letdown channel. This is a typical detail of the access road with adjacent swale on the upslope side. And then this is a typical detail of the side slope stormwater diversion berm. And so with that in a bit of a nutshell, I respectfully turn it to the commission to see if there are any questions that we can address that have not already been discussed.
I'm all set. Thank you.
A question relative to the access road.
Yes.
Is that a permanent road now? I mean, once it's built, it's there, or is that just for getting your work done?
No, that will be the access road in future. I'll pull back a little bit so you can see it. It's essentially in this alignment and provides access to the rest of the site.
And the yellow line that you were pointing at from.
Yes.
That is the, is that the limit of resource? Is that the buffer zone?
I'm gonna try very carefully to zoom in here.
That's the limit of,
That's the 173-foot contour. This line with the solid line with the open circles is the limit of erosion control barrier.
that's the
And
limit of
then
work.
the 100-foot buffer zone is here. The longer dashed line.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that that slope, the roadway, and that 1 and 2, it's not even a 2 to 1, it's a 1 to 2 slope. Am I correct about that? Or is it a 2 to 1 or a 1 to 2?
1 to 2.
Oh,
Jackie,
Yeah,
are you there?
yeah. This is Jackie Kachechi from Ty and Bond. It's a 2 horizontal to 1 vertical.
Okay, so it's a 2 to 1. It just looks odd. It just looks steeper than a 2 to 1. It's drawn steeper than a 2 to 1, it seems.
Yeah, that's not to scale.
I do have a guardrail barrier on top there.
We, I think we actually do for portions of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have to have,
guardrail detail.
you have to have guardrail there.
Hey, Melissa, can you flip back over to plan view, please? I think it was the previous slide.
Oh, I see
And sure.
So if you zoom in,
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I apologize.
there's the detail for the guardrail right there in the center. But if you zoom in along the access road on the eastern side of the access road, there is a guardrail. If you zoom in a little bit more, actually, there's a note right there that says guardrail typical.
Yep. Pointing
And
to this feature.
if you flip back to the detail sheet, there is a timber guardrail to protect the the vehicles traveling down that access road. And I believe on the slope side, that is it's either a 3 to 1 or a 2 to 1, but that may be the detail for the western access road, but I can't confirm. Seeing the liner detail, I think it's the western access road.
Is this been reviewed by DPS? These plans?
Yes, Bob Langley and I spoke this morning, and Lucia, I believe you were copied on his comments.
He has about 4 comments of conditions he wants. So you guys should have access to them. I can share them with you right now if you want me to.
I can stop screen sharing, Lucia.
I don't know. Is this in a, trying to picture where this is relative to surrounding area and homes? This is not. Let me look.
There are There are no residential properties directly abutting the limits of work, though, because the parcels are so large, there were residences included in the list of abutters.
Yeah, I think, okay. Well, for that reason, I would not be in favor of the guardrail that you're choosing to put in. You should have steel highway guard.
The guardrail and the access road are interior to the landfill property and are not readily accessible by the public.
No, I know that, but that guardrail is not crash tested. It's not safe. If you got a big truck there and he hits that, he's gone. He's going to go right over that. You need, my opinion, you need steel highway guard, WB guardrail, not a wood guardrail of that type. Not in this condition where you have. And the height of that, I keep looking at the detail because it looks 2-to-1. Modified rock fill.
So I just reviewed the CAD drawings
Yeah.
on my screen if you want. It's a 3-to-1 slope. So it's I think, Melissa, if you pull that up, it's either 60 scale, so it's probably a little bit larger.
No, the detail says 2-to-1.
That detail is for the western access road, not the eastern access road. So that's the other side of the site. So this is an all-inclusive plan. So notice how there's no guardrail on that detail for the access road?
Yeah.
So that detail is not for the access road on the eastern side of the landfill. If you go flip back to plan view, Melissa, there's 2 access roads included in this entire plan. On the eastern side, which is the bottom portion, plan, I guess, south, is the western access road. But on the eastern access side, 3-to-1 slope.
I don't know where that is.
Yeah, it's hard for me to see, but with a PDF, and I can't put a scale on it, so I can't tell what the contours are, what the space.
Well, in reference to the landfill is graded at a 3-to-1 because that's a Mass DEP requirement, and the contours are closer together.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you could, I totally understand. It's kind of hard to see that on a PDF.
Yeah. Yeah, the towns, the public services has reviewed this, right? So.
Correct.
I'll withdraw my question on the guardrail. So do we don't have any comments from DPS on this, Lucia?
comments and he asked that they all be made part of the order. I'll pull it back up.
Oh, sorry. All right, DPS. What's the access road constructed? What's the detail for the road? Is it paved?
No, it's not paved. It's a gravel access road.
Okay. You know what the profile grade is of the road coming in? I know near detention basin number 2, it looks like it's level. But that the connecting, when you connect the access road to the existing access road, that slope, the profile of that road, any ideas? 3 to 1.
It's definitely less than 3 to 1 slope. We're just realigning. There's a current access road that's near there, but it goes over the existing landfill. So in order to cap the footprint of the landfill where the road's getting shifted to the east. But the bottom elevation and the top where it meets kind of where the city landfill is adjacent to it is at the same location.
I'm just wondering about the whether that would get washed out, if it's I can't tell. I'm just taking a guess now if the contours on the if the contours within the site that you're regrading are 3 to 1s, then I'm kind of thinking that the grades between between the contouring on the gravel road might be, looks like, I don't know, 6 to 1.
It's 13%.
Yeah, that's steep. So that 13% grade, that's a steep grade and it's only gravel?
Yep, I would say it's typically like typical industry standard for a landfill. It's probably consistent with the rest of the slopes on the site, which I'm not going to say is not ongoing maintenance issues, or
Yeah.
There's an ongoing maintenance within the vicinity of the landfill that Covanta is aware of and they take care of on a daily basis.
Okay. All right, 'cause yeah, I see public services wasn't concerned about erosion. They were only concerned about that there was enough pitch on it. So there wouldn't be any ponding. There definitely wouldn't be any ponding on that.
I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah. Now the level section, unless there's a whether the road pitches slightly, basically it shows that it's flat. Doesn't show a contour going there. It's showing a crown or not, but so did you respond back to DPS regarding their comments in terms of response to each one of those?
Bob and I spoke by phone this morning, and we can address them here with you. He didn't have any concerns with the project in general. Comment number one regarding access roads, is a direct take from the city's experience with their own access roads in the landfill adjacent to this. The requirement to provide as-built to DPS is consistent with past practices and expectations. Jackie, I would defer to Jackie to address comments 3 and 4, which fall under the general category of nuisance conditions, and she has more experience with those at landfills than I.
Sure. So there's, as a part of Covanta, has an operation and maintenance plan for their operations, which includes operating the landfill and projects such as closure. And they do have nuisance conditions as one of the things they have to monitor and adjust to. So dust, one of the nuisance conditions, and if materials are if it's very dry and dusty and windy, then they can wet materials using a water truck on site, or if it's too windy, they would stop the operations or their construction at that time. So that's something that they constantly monitor and deal with. As far as the noise generation, I mean, this notice of intent is for closure. It's an operating landfill, so construction equipment would not be that different, and they would restrict the hours to their normal operating hours, so nothing would be late at night or on Sundays.
Okay. Okay, I'm all set.
Do I hear a motion?
Um,
Is there anybody in the public that wants to comment? Let's go there first. Anybody in the public want to comment? Okay.
Okay, I'll make, seeing none, I'll make a motion. Do we close the public hearing?
Yep, there is someone.
No?
There is someone?
Yep.
BB?
Yep.
Okay. Go ahead. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Now?
Yeah.
Barely.
I'm sorry.
Is that the same BB from before?
Yes, sir. Apologize for that. I think they just gave me a new microphone, and apparently it's not perfect, so I need to get a newer one. Quickly, I know nothing about landfill, but I've lived in Peabody for a long time, and that just the sight of that thing has always scared me. Again, public comment. I hope that the operators have plans like for eternity to monitor that thing. Since I'm not a landfill person at all, I'm just a citizen. I'm concerned about the water table 500 years from now. Maybe I'm totally out of order, but thank you for listening. That's all I have. Good night.
Thank you.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess, I don't want to respond to that, but I think basically the care and custody of a landfill, even though it's closed, is still in perpetuity.
Right. The other thing too is I often wonder if we can use that land for other things like solar panels or something in the future. But I mean, it's like the landfill, if it's filled and capped and it's solid, it would have other, other uses.
So I will, if that's all there is, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Do we hear a second?
Seconded.
Thank you.
Make a motion.
Lucia, you want to do a roll call?
Yep, I
sorry.
have to do a roll call. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Motion to close made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Commissioner Green. Roll call. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner
If you're-
Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so it is closed.
I'll like to make a motion to issue an order of conditions.
Go ahead.
Items 1 through 50. And Lucia had put erosion controls should be inspected before work can commence. And I want to make sure, include that the comments made by public services, that items 1, 2, 3, and 4 are included. And that's all I have.
I'll second it.
Roll call vote, please.
So it's a standard order of conditions 1 through 50, adding condition 51, erosion controls should be inspected before work commences. And then also adding the 4 comments from the DPS memo, March 8th would be 52, 53, 54, and 55. That motion was made by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Amanda. I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Chairman Lazares,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes.
Commissioner Athos,
Yes.
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so that is 5-0.
And Stu, Manchester landfill put solar panels on their property.
I had mentioned to them, this is subject aside, but I mentioned to the mayor years ago the idea that we could do that because the original plan to put solar panels on publicly owned land was poo-pooed by neighbors or abutters. But the landfill was there, and he said Covanta had the mining rights to our landfill because they were mining it for, metal objects. But it's now, the contract is now over and we're capping it. So yeah, we can use it for other things.
Guys, I hate to be a bully and
Yeah.
pushy, but we still have 2. We have 49 Tremont and 25 Rear Newberry that that hasn't even opened yet. I will tell you 49 Tremont, Bob Langley has not reviewed it yet, so we do not have a memo from Bob.
Okay, this is item 13 you're talking about. 13, public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by attorney John Pelkey for Michael Bonfiglio. The proposed work is the redevelopment of a former leather factory site. Property is known as 49 Tremont Street, map 76, lot 402, Peabody, Mass. For those of you that were here last time, it was originally it was one property, which has since been divvied up into 3 different lots. And I did a site visit with Commissioner Green to see the area. And They're looking for notice of intent to order conditions. So is Mr. Jack Kelty's here to talk to us. Go ahead, Jack.
I am. Thank you. For the record, my name is John Kelty. I'm an attorney. I practice law at 40 Lowell Street here in Peabody, Mass. And I'm appearing on behalf of 49 Tremont LLC, which is Michael Bonfiglio as manager. And Mr. Bonfiglio has purchased what shows on the plan that we submitted with this application. That plan is dated January 24th, 2022. And we show lot 2A, which is the lot that Michael Bonfiglio has purchased at a site visit at the direction of the chair. Mr. Mello at Eastern Land Survey did add 7 trees to the plan. They show in the area that is going to be an enhancement plan is has been presented and is being developed. We are now showing 7 trees, which were larger scale than, which were of a larger variety. There was one 24-inch tree, there were 3 12 inches and 1 16, 1 18, and 1 6. They have all been shown on our plan, and the present proposal would be to save those trees and then add the materials and plants as evidenced by a March 2015 replication plan. That plan we are certainly happy to update and note that we would be keeping these trees, although I don't necessarily think I think our order could issue directing us to keep those 7 trees that are shown on the plan. And then we would add the enhancement of the wetland area as presented by Bill Manuel in 2015. There's no change in the grading scheme. There's no change in the area where the proposed building is to be placed. And I think that we're now in a position to issue an order of conditions, which is based on really the order that issued for the 3 developments that showed on the plan back in 2015. That order having expired, we moved forward and filed this notice of intent so that Michael could move forward on lot 2A.
Any comments from the public?
After presenters, I will say I did speak with Bob Langley today. He stopped by my desk and he said he does not have a memo and he did not feel comfortable writing a memo until he does a site visit. So if you guys want comments from DPS, you do not have them tonight. But I would suggest if you're going to continue it sooner than later, because it's already 11, or if you're going to make a motion, I doubt everyone wants to stay on this past 12 o'clock tonight.
I would like to hear a motion to continue till we get comment
I'll make
from
a
Langley.
Make a motion to continue till we get the
Information
gentleman
from
the site visit.
Second.
roll call.
Motion to continue until April 13, made by Amanda Green, seconded by Rita Marie Cavicchio. Roll call. Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo.
Yes.
Commissioner Athos.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes.
All right, so it is continued 5-0. And Jack, if you want to get in touch with me and Bob, I want to be on that site visit as well with Bob, and I would prefer like whomever the developer is or someone.
I'd like to be notified too. I missed the last one. I apologize.
I'd like to be there also to hear what Bob has to say. So just send us a notice.
I'd be happy to do that. And Lucia, do you need my affidavit of service?
Find the abutters.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't give
Did I
this
give
one
it to you?
yet?
If you haven't got it, I'll bring it over.
I feel like I would have been bothering you for it. If not, I'm looking. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, I have it. Everything's good. I do need, however, or actually, if you have the receipts, I don't have the receipts from I need the receipts, not the affidavit. I would like a revised buffer zone or riverfront enhancement plan though, because the one we have right now has an incorrect address on it and a date that is 7 years old.
Yeah,
And we also
2015.
added like a bunch of trees that I think should go in it as well.
I can do that.
I mean, that's if the commission, I mean, unless the commission's okay with a riverfront enhancement area with an incorrect address and a date from 7 years ago. I mean, it's up to you guys, and it's changed a little bit because Stu asked that we save some trees. So thank you for that, Stu, for saving some trees.
I'm good for something, but at any rate, I would prefer to get the updated documents. So we've all right, now we've made a motion to continue until our next meeting.
Yep.
And we have a site visit coming up, preferably before our next meeting. And we'll hopefully get comments from Bob Langley or Department of Public Services as well.
I would suggest that if Jack wants to get an order next month, he set that up as soon as the snow is gone and we can get out on the site. Unfortunately, we got a little snowstorm, so it's probably going to be at least a week before we can get out there, but you want to get this in the works.
Yeah, this snow is going to melt within a day or two anyways, so.
Well, it just makes the area muddy.
Yeah.
But it's at any rate, is that it for this one?
Yeah.
That is it. So Jack, we're looking for a revised riverfront
Yes, I heard.
plan and a
I heard.
sidewalk. Okay, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to clarify so that I don't have to chase you down for it.
Yep.
Jack will be in your office tomorrow morning, right, Jack?
I will not be chasing people down anymore. I think I'm done with that after this last meeting. I'm not chasing people anymore. If they don't submit it on time, that's it.
That's it. They have a responsibility to take care of their business. All right. On to the next one, 14. Yes. Public hearing on a notice of intent submitted by Williams and Sparages LLC, Gregory Hockmuth, for ADT Group LLC, the applicant. Proposed work is the construction of a commercial building, parking area, modular block retaining wall within 100 foot of land subject to flooding. The property is known as 25R Newberry, or is also known as AKA 0 Newberry, map 88, lot 007 in Peabody, Mass. Greg was here. He's still there. There you are.
Yep, I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. I know it's getting late, so I'll try to move as fast as I can. Greg Hockmuth from Williams and Sparages, here representing the applicant JDT Group LLC. With me here tonight also is attorney Richard Bennett, attorney Jack Kelty, and Rick Salvo, the project engineer from Engineering Alliance, Inc. If I could share my screen, I'll get started here. So can everybody see that all right?
Yeah.
So this is a triangle shaped property that's located essentially behind the Bertucci's parking lot. sandwiched in between these on and off ramps that come off Route 1. There's a gas station that abuts Bertucci's in this location, and we're behind it. So this is our locust plan. I want to zoom out. Let me go to this sheet first. This is the existing conditions plan. I'll zoom in a minute, but I wanted to point out the resource areas that are on the property. So there's a small isolated vegetative wetland in here that I'm highlighting in yellow that I flagged, God, probably 3 years ago. And then we went back again this year just to take another look at it, make sure nothing changed, and we redelineated it. That's the isolated vegetative wetland that you see on the plan here. Up gradient of the isolated vegetative wetland is isolated land subject to flooding. That's both state and local jurisdictional, that floods up to elevation 12.87. And then the 100-foot buffer zone from those resource areas, well, from the ILSF, is up here. So the yellow isolated vegetative wetland, it doesn't hold the cubic volume, well, the volume required for it to be jurisdictional under your bylaw as an isolated wetland, but it's almost a moot point because the ILSF that's up gradient of it is jurisdictional under both the bylaw and the act, and it extends the buffer zone out even further. So that's why we're here tonight. Originally, we had thought that we were going to be outside of the commission's jurisdiction with the entire project. But after taking a closer look at the watershed, there was enough water contributing to that low point that it did flood to the elevation that would deem it state and local jurisdictional. So we do apologize for the confusion with the original RDA that we submitted months ago, but we're here with an NOI now. The project, let me back up. The project is for a proposed storage facility and parking lot, paved parking lot around it, and a modular block wall. The wall is required because this parcel slopes off almost 20 feet from the flat elevation where the building's proposed down to where the resource area is. The area is not mapped as estimated a priority habitat. It's not an area of critical environmental concern. It's not an outstanding resource water. It's not mapped as a potential as certified vernal pool. There's no mapped FEMA floodplains. Essentially what you have here is a low point that stormwater has been directed to for many, many years. And as a result, there's hydrology that is supporting a predominance of wetland plants in a particular area, which allowed me to flag that as a IVW. I want to go back a couple pages just to, this is the one I wanted here. So this shows you a little bit more detail on the actual project. And this dashed gray line that you see, this is the block wall. It's very, very close to the ILSF boundary, but there's no filling of ILSF proposed. So no actual work within that resource area. And as you all know, whenever you fill floodplain, you have to compensate for it. So the good news is here is we're not proposing to fill any floodplain. And because the area is not a vernal pool, there's really no wildlife habitat performance standards that kick in here. But one thing we did do based on some comments that we got back, from Lucia after a meeting was held with Rick Salvo, Jack, and engineering, was that, hey, is there anything you can do out here to better the vegetative buffer that is virtually non-existent? This has been a dumping grounds for years. It's been abused. When I was out here, there was somebody living out here in a tent. There's trash and debris all over the place. And the vegetation that's out there, it's pretty scant. Where there is vegetation, it's invasive. So I think Lucia's comment was well received. And what we did following that meeting was we took a close look to see where we could put some buffer zone enhancement plantings. And what we've proposed is a total of 57 shrub species that we could put within portions of the ILSF and also the local bylaw buffer zone from that ILSF. And we're proposing silty dogwood, pepperbush, mountain laurel, and staghorn sumac. I think the mountain laurel and staghorn sumac should do well out here. The silty dogwood and clethro, we're going to try to focus closer to the actual IVW, just because it's a little bit more damp down there, and I think it will support those species better. And the idea here is, in time, there will be a vegetated buffer between the project and the IVW, where virtually none exists now. We did submit this to DEP also. It was a little confusing because, you know, at the state level, ILSF doesn't have a buffer zone. And when we're not actually filling ILSF, we really had no work within state jurisdictional resource areas. But as a team, we thought it made sense when we're filing this with the city. You know, why not file it with DEP? That way they can review the stormwater management that was done out here. It was designed in accordance with the stormwater management standards that DEP in the state requires. We did receive a file number with no comments. So they did give this a once over, and I think that's good news. We did receive comments back from engineering, and I know Rick Salvo's been back and forth with Mr. Langley, and I think they've essentially ironed out everything there and produced a plan set that hopefully incorporates all of the comments that engineering had. We included snow storage areas. There were some additional questions that Rick had answered. But the project is, as I described, it's a storage facility, paved parking, paved driveway, and a modular block wall with stormwater management. Those are the activities that are proposed within the commission's jurisdiction. I'd be happy to go through them in more detail, or Rick's here to answer any questions you have about the engineering on the project. But that's the Cliff Notes version.
Any comments?
The isolated wetland, it's not a vernal pool, is it?
No, it's not. And I've had a chance to look at this a few different times over the last 3 years. I think the problem is it doesn't hold water long enough. The soil type out here is Udorthans, which tells me that it was fill. But the fill that was put out here appears to be well drained. I think water's at or near the surface long enough during the growing season to support the wetland plants, but most of them are facultative at best. You know, you don't see buttonbush or any of the usual suspects that you'd see in a vernal pool at the bottom of this hill. I've walked right across this thing in the heart of spring and barely got my feet wet. So I just don't think it holds water long enough. But it still should be protected, even though it's not jurisdictional at the local level.
Okay.
Anything else? Anybody from the public wish to speak? I don't see anybody with their hand up, though. Get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Lucia, can we get a roll call?
Yep, motion to close by Vice Chairman Rizzo, seconded by Amanda Green. Roll call, Chairman Lazares.
Yes. So is a yes.
You guys not hear me?
Yeah,
No,
no.
We can hear you now, Lucia. I think we lost you for a minute.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Vice Chairman Rizzo,
yes,
Commissioner Athos,
Yes,
Commissioner Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Cavicchio.
Yes,
All right, so it is closed 5-0. And do we have any special conditions?
Well,
um,
we need a motion to,
1 to
just
1
go
to
ahead.
50. 1 to 51. Oh, adding item 51, 1 through 50. Adding item 51 that you put together, Lucia, which is wording of signs along the fence and wall, and they shall remain in perpetuity. Item 52, O&M plan is in perpetuity. Maintenance log should be submitted annually on 10/31 via email. Once the system's online. Item 53, BZE required by Concom should be done at the same time as original groundwork, or a partial or full certificate of compliance shall not be issued until said plantings are installed. And other conditions which we want is the comments from Bob Langley, items 1 through 5. And that's it.
I
Unless,
think
I
through the
missed
chair,
something?
I think you need a motion to issue the order.
Yeah, I made the motion. Someone needs to,
I need a second.
a second.
well, I think Bob Langley gave 11 different conditions.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait. You're right,
Yeah, there's a second page there, so,
sorry. Yeah, I read them and I forgot to flip the page. Yeah, so 11,
yeah. 1 through 11.
yes.
Do we get a second?
I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
By Vice Chairman Rizzo for a standard order of conditions 1 through 50, adding, I'm gonna read them again just so everyone knows what they're accepting today. So the signs along the fence shall remain in perpetuity. I believe the plan has already been revised to have the correct wording on it. The O&M plan is in perpetuity, and the maintenance logs need to be submitted annually on 10/31 via email once the system is online. 53, the buffer zone enhancement area should be done at the same time as the original groundwork or before a partial or full certificate of compliance is requested. Are you guys okay with that?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, I would prefer that the work's done at the same time because I'm already working on projects where they did all the work except for the plantings, and now the building's in, the guy's there, and the plantings haven't been done. So I would prefer at the same time as the original groundwork, if feasible. And
Makes
then
sense.
54, adding the 11 comments from DPS. That was seconded by Arthur, and I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. All right, Chairman Lazaris.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Rizzo,
Yes,
Commissioner Athos, Commissioner Green,
Yes.
and Commissioner Cavicchio.
yes.
All right, so that is all set 5-0.
Thank
you,
you all for
Greg.
your patience and thank you for your time on this.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks, Rick.
thank you
Take care.
guys.
I actually do want to thank Rick for getting me everything so fast after the meeting with Bob Langley, and I appreciated him setting up a meeting before the meeting. So thank you very much, Rick. I really appreciate it.
No, thank you. Appreciate working with you.
Yeah,
Enforcement order / violation orders. Number 15,
They are
It
all
was-
continued. If you guys just want, I haven't been able to get out to 156. Good deal, because I was about to go out there today and then I started doing other stuff for the meeting tonight and then the snow came and I couldn't get out there. 119 Rear Foster, he's supposed to be submitting an application next Thursday for the April meeting. And 60 Warren Street. I have, some of you have been involved in a discussion via email with PMLP. They do not believe they own the property. The city doesn't believe they own the property. No one owns the property. So I don't know at this point what we're supposed to do. So since it's so late, I would say we just move on.
Yep.
Unless you guys want to talk about those enforcement orders.
No.
But I have nothing.
No, motion to continue all them.
Second, anybody? Anybody want to second that motion?
Oh, second.
And then we can just do a roll call because these aren't like actual public hearings. If
Yes.
you want to just do a hand raise, all in favor to continue?
Yay.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, guys.
Okay. Other discussion items?
Motion to adjourn.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Where we have, it's not midnight yet.
It's what? It's not what?
It's not midnight yet.
I know, it's almost Thursday.
Poor Josiah needs to actually drive home though tonight.
Don't forget, it's daylight savings time this Sunday.
Oh,
Sunday.
nice.
Right.
Great.
I get to lose another hour's sleep.
Yeah.
Bring forward,
Okay.
fall back.
Motion to adjourn, anyone?
I did. Motion to adjourn.
Everybody waved their hand already, Lucia.
What was this? Who seconded it?
Second, I'll second.
Okay, awesome. And everyone's raising.
Yep.
All right, so the
Bye.
meeting adjourns at 11:38. Bless you all. Thank you so much, PAT. You guys are all patient and amazing human beings.
Thank you.
Good
Cool.
night,
Night,
everybody.
everybody.
Easy.
Josiah.
Good night.